Okay, we're gonna go ahead and call the meeting to order. Looks like all of our board members are in attendance. And we do have a public comment on closed session. So I will go ahead and read the little blurb real quick. Okay. A person wishing to be heard by the board shall first be recognized by the president and shall then proceed to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on non-agenda items. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the board president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. Just there, and so we do have one card for Julia Mandison.
I'm Julia Mandison. I'm a retired teacher. I worked my entire 33 years at Ione Elementary School. I came back this year to fill a vacant position that no one had applied for and did the whole year in 5th grade. I'm here tonight because, in talking to you prior to closed session, as I noticed on the closed session agenda, you do discuss personnel matters. And as you know, Ione Elementary is going through a very tragic personnel matter at this point. We have had our principal put on administrative leave, and for whatever reason, I have every reason to believe that you will find that this man is above reproach. I have known Mr. Hess since I started there in my student teaching in 1990, and he was just a janitor. And watched him grow over the years, encouraged him to become a teacher, was a colleague with him in the same grade, and I would trust that man with my life. I would trust him with any child. I would trust him with any finances. So whatever you think Mr. Hess has done or someone has claimed he has done, they are false beyond belief. That is the most honorable man I have ever met. And I can speak for that 10 times over the years. If anything, the man has only done something wrong in the effort of going overboard to help students. He has worked tirelessly for the students of Ione Elementary. He works tirelessly for the community of Ione itself. So please, 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 if this is something you are discussing tonight, please know that there are many people who feel as I do. They just didn't know to show up prior to open session. And this man is above reproach and has been an asset. I've had 13 plus principals at Ione Elementaries as my years there. And there's probably 4 that I would ask to give me a recommendation or to do something for me. And he is definitely one of the 4. So please, please know that whatever claims somebody has, they were falsely mistaken. They were poorly, poorly mistaken. And I think you will find that the community will not support somebody else in that position. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are going to go ahead and go into closed session, and we will be back at 6:30. We should take a quick break and then we'll get started. Okay, we are going to reconvene to open session. We do have one report out on closed session. On item 5.6, student readmission after expulsion, the board voted 4-1 to readmit the student in expulsion case number 24-25-11. Do we have any deletions or corrections to the agenda?
We have one deletion. It was a copy error from a prior meeting, challenge coins, Amador High School. Amador High School already did their challenge coins for this school year, so that will be deleted, and that's it.
Okay, then please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, so we do have presentations and recognitions. We have community hours for certificates and Block A awards. Mr. Critchfield.
Okay, so we've had a couple of board meetings where we've been able to celebrate numerous students, and tonight we have a couple more that were able to submit their hours, and we want to give them their opportunity to get recognition for their hours of community service. And so we have two students tonight who earned a certificate of recognition and a block letter A and a service pin, which requires a minimum of 270 hours of community service. I know one of our students is here. I heard the other one was en route. Hopefully he gets here on time while maintaining the speed limit. And so we're first going to call up Angel Lynn, who completed 491 hours of community service. So I'm gonna ask Angel to just take, you don't get to go away just yet. I noticed I didn't give you your bag because you haven't done your task yet.
Okay.
Okay, so the board would love to hear from you, 30 seconds to a minute, just about some of the things you did for community service and what you enjoyed about it. So I'm gonna move, you're tall, you come over here to the tall mic, okay?
Oh, look at that. Most of my hours were for my church, Kingsview in Ione. I was a student leader there for a long while. I never really did it. I never did it for the credit, and you don't really realize how much the hours kind of start to count up. So I found out, my mom counted it all up, it was 491. I was like, wow. So yeah.
Awesome, good job, Angel. Okay, here you go. All right, thank you, Angel. Okay, did Nathan Xavier make it? I don't believe so. So Nathan completed 323.5 hours. Because this is just a presentation, can I ask that if he does pop in, we pause and we can
Yes.
recognize him? Okay, so we'll do that. Hopefully he will get here soon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna move on to our employee organizations. With ACTA, is Ms. Jensen here? No? Okay. Then move on to CSEA 239, Mr. Baird? Or somebody? No? Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and move on to public comments on non-agenda items. We do have some public comment cards also for agenda items. These comments come when your item appears on the agenda, so we didn't forget you, but that's when they come. So we will go ahead and read the little summary, and then we'll get started. A person wishing to be heard by the board shall first be recognized by the president and shall then proceed to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on non-agenda items. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the board president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. If you wish to address the board, please complete a speaker card and give it to the board clerk or communication specialist. The number one is Gabriel Pezzi. Come on up.
Good evening, parents, residents, community of Amador County. My name is Gabriel Pezzi. I've lived in Arundel County for around 15 years, graduated from Argonaut High School class of 2023. The reason why I came here today was to speak on the unfortunate situation my dear friend Mr. has been put into. Now, I cannot speak on anyone's behalf, or it is not my prerogative to speak on the situation. However, I can speak on the positive he has brought into my life as an impact as a teacher, coach, and most of all, a mentor. To start, during my baseball years, Mr. S was a great influencer on my sports and life. He taught me how to play baseball when I doubted myself due to medical reasons. He took time out of his day to show me a pitcher named Jim Abbott who overcame his physical disadvantages. We would go to the park near my house and play catch, and he would teach me the logistics of baseball, not because he had to, because he had the passion about helping people, and it helped me grow as a confident athlete. He brought me to my first San Francisco Giants game, which was a blast. He let me ride in his 1940 hot rod, do a homecoming parade. Now, Mr. Huss was an amazing fifth grade teacher as well. Not only was he a great teacher, he had a heart. I should have been in trouble a couple of times. For example, I would crumble up paper and throw it across the classroom and try to land it in the trash can. Disrupting class was never good, but he would just look at me and just say, "Nice shot." Every time Mr. Huss would come into the pizza shop with his family, he would order his usual burger with some sweet fries. We would talk on and on and on and how it was nice to catch up. I mean, it was great. After all, I haven't seen him for a few years. I've grown up. My sophomore year, I was 16. I would walk to the skate park behind the junior high, and I would see Mr. Huss after hours taking trash to the dumpster. And this was before he was principal and after he was janitor. Who else would you want to stay, early mornings, late nights, just to make sure everything is in order for the next day? And from janitor to principal, and personally from teacher to friend, Mr. Huss is a great person, teacher, and mentor and community figure, and a pure soul. And yeah, that's all I have.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Patty Fisher Mizuraka.
My name is Patty Fisher Mizuraka. I have lived in the town of Ione for 60 plus years. I come to you tonight with a heavy heart and deep sense of responsibility, not just as a longtime resident of Ione, but as someone who has had the privilege of knowing and working alongside Principal Mike Huss for decades. I have known Mike since kindergarten when I was a classmate with his sister Tammy Huss back in 1969. Over the years, I've seen Mike grow from a student at Ione Elementary to his janitor, to a dedicated teacher, and ultimately to its principal, a position he did not seek for personal gain, but one he was encouraged to take by the district itself. His journey is one of deep community roots, resilience, and unwavering dedication to our children. As someone who has taught with Mike at Ione Elementary, I have witnessed firsthand the profound and positive impact he has had on our students. Mike is not your typical principal. He puts on silly hats, joins in school events, and brings joy to children who may be facing hardship at home. He is not just an administrator, he is a mentor, a cheerleader, and a beloved figure in their lives. Mike continues to actively build a culture of care and safety at the school. He leads bike to school and walk to school days to promote student safety and healthy habits. As I recall, he even initiated the safety patrol program for fifth graders, giving them real responsibility during morning drop-offs and helping enforce safety procedures around campus. These may seem like small things, but they leave a lasting impact on students and their sense of community, responsibility, and belonging. His compassion extends far beyond the school grounds. On March 2nd, 2023, my great-niece suffered an unthinkable tragedy when her two young sons, my great-great-nephews, were killed in a car accident. Mike showed up. He didn't have to, but he did. He offered his support to her and our family in a moment of profound grief. That simple act of presence and kindness left a lasting impression on us, one that we will never forget. That is the kind of man that Mike Huss is. Many of you may not know this, but I have volunteered for the Miss Ione contest as a mock interview judge. One question we ask the contestants each year is who has made the biggest impact on you during your school years? Time and time again, these young women bring up Mike Huss. They speak about how he encouraged them when they doubted themselves and made school a place they looked forward to. This year was no different. One of the girls running for the 2025 pageant mentioned Mr. Huss by name. She spoke with admiration about how much she adored him and how grateful she was to have him in her life. That kind of legacy can't be manufactured. It's earned through years of compassion, consistency, and heart. Now, I understand that there are procedures to follow and that a complaint has been filed, but I urge the board not to lose sight of the human element of this situation. Mike Huss is not just an employee. He is the heart of Ione Elementary. He is part of what makes that school a second home for so many kids and families. Of course, none of us are perfect. Mike has flaws, just like each one of us does. But the measure of a person is not being flawless. It's in the way they uplift others and in the way they serve the community and the way they respond to integrity. I respectfully ask this board to ensure that fairness, transparency, and compassion guide your actions in this matter. If disciplinary action must be considered, let it be rooted in facts, not assumptions, not politics, and certainly not personal grievances. Sometimes in our efforts to follow policy, we forget the people. Please don't let this be one of those times. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Julia Mandison.
Good evening. I introduced myself to you earlier. I am a retired teacher who spent a year there at Ione Elementary this last year. And I was present on the day that Mr. Huss didn't show up, and we were all June 29th. And we were all wondering where the heck he was, because he always let us know when he would not be around. And we had major things going on. We had the Olympics happening at our site, and it was so totally unlike him. When somebody from district office walked in, not knowing who he was, never introduced himself, just walked into his office, closed the door, took the secretary with him, and that was the last we saw of him that day, having no contact whatsoever. Teachers were not told anything. We were left to wonder for ourselves, and as you know, speculation did run rampant. It wasn't until Monday, the following Monday, that there was a post on Parent Square 15 minutes after the post was made to teachers who didn't have time at the end of the day to go look at their posts, about the fact that Mr. Worthing, I believe his name was, would be with us for the rest of the year, and Mr. Huss was on a leave. We never heard directly, the staff never heard directly from Mr. Worthing that he would be with us. He never introduced himself to us. I had been gone a whole year, out of the picture a whole year, so I had no clue who this man was. I finally introduced myself to him, as I think I've heard others do. I did hear him say to the secretary that his job was to make us toe the line and keep us from talking. That didn't set well with anybody. I feel that we were not given, the staff was not given the professional courtesy it was due. And that is my main complaint, along with the fact that you know how I feel about Mr. Huss. He should not be in this position. Then there was a Parent Square statement on June 5th, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, that left even more questions and more feelings that the district was not being very forthcoming, and we were to be quiet and not say anything. When the news crew showed up, we were all ushered into the cafeteria and told not to say anything. So I remain, and while Mr. Critchfield did send out a note saying that he remained committed to transparency, I don't feel that was very accurate. A face from the superintendent, a face-to-face, could have eased that feeling greatly. Please don't ever do this to another staff. You left us for an entire week, the last week of school, one of the hardest, with no leadership and no statement to be made. We had children asking questions. We had no idea how to answer. Thank you.
Next up is Amanda Robinson.
Hi. I wanted to address a policy 514127 regarding food allergies that I believe you guys were talking about today. So my name is Amanda Robinson, and I have 2 children in Amador County Unified School District. My daughter is in 7th grade and currently attends Ione Junior High. She attended Jackson Junior High and before that, Jackson Elementary School. My daughter has severe peanut allergy and has a 504 plan in place because of her severe peanut allergy. We have raised her to be her own advocate so she can keep herself safe. She reads labels and always makes sure that those around her are aware of her allergy. We've never asked for a peanut-free school, as the world is not peanut-free. However, we have asked the district to provide a safe space for my child, which it should for all children. To this day, our daughter has been bullied at each school with peanuts. Once in kindergarten, where peanuts were put in her face and children taunted her. Once in 6th grade, she was taunted with peanuts again. And then now again in 7th grade, when she asked a student to remove a peanut butter sandwich from her desk because she was deathly allergic to peanuts. And instead of removing it from her desk, they shoved the sandwich close enough to her face for her to think her life was being threatened. Sorry. Let's be clear, if a student put a weapon in a child's face, that would be considered a threat on their life. To her, this was a threat on her life. With the current district policies, the student was only required to write a letter of apology, which took 3 weeks for her to receive because it was forgotten about. Food allergies are considered a disability under the Americans with Disabilities Act, and therefore should be protected. She should be protected and children should be protected against this form of bullying. Schools have a responsibility to treat this form of bullying for what it is, a threat on a child's life. Our family wants to make sure this doesn't happen again, not only to her, but to other kids with food allergies. Thank you.
Next up is Christy Maida.
Good evening. I want to speak to my experience with Mike Huss. I've known him since elementary school. I went to high school with him. My kids went to Ione Elementary. My grandkids are now at Ione Elementary. I have observed him through Grief Buster program that I volunteer for, where I go in when kids have lost a family member and I meet with kids. And Mike has always been a stand-up person. If anything, he's just wonderful with kids. He's always out there when you come into school greeting the kids, and they're all happy to see him. He's done where he meets them at the donut shop, and they all walk to school. They meet and bike ride to school. He is rarely in the office when I've been there for Grief Busters. He's always involved with the kids. You don't see him sitting behind a desk. Throughout the community, he's got an exemplary reputation. I really am upset with how this was handled, how he was removed at an administrative level and put on and taken out, and a week before school was over. Couldn't it have been respectfully done a week later? It wasn't like that he was being arrested and threatening somebody, that there was harm for somebody. Why couldn't it be done quietly during the summertime? Why do you disrespect a man this way? And you hear the kids saying, "Where's Mr. Huss? Where's Mr. Huss?" Because that's what they see every day. Is he makes them better people. He makes their experience at school wonderful. And when he's not there, it was a big hole. And why couldn't it be done with respect a week later instead of doing it this way, which makes him look guilty, and we're innocent until proven guilty, instead of pulling him out in the secrecy and all the rumors going around? Why was it made such a big deal? Thank you.
Next, we have Maria Curran.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Lady and gentlemen, well, ladies here too. My name is Maria Curran, and I do not have a child in Ione Elementary, but I did years ago. And now I have grandchildren last year that attended. And my concern is, well, first of all, I'm here to 100% support Mr. Huss. Mr. Critchfield, do you hear me? Okay, thank you. I want to thank each and every one of you here tonight that have been listening to everybody's comments. I see the empathy within you, and I know that you're listening. Thank you. And I hope that when this investigation goes through, that you are listening and visualize looking at every end of the corner that is going on through this investigation, because Mr. Huss is a very, very admired man. Children look up to him. He is there. He is that man that is there. And I was going to say here pretty much everything that Patty Fisher said, Ms. Rocca, sorry. And we've all grown up in Ione, so we all know each other by our maiden names. However, my sincere hope for you all is to considerably listen to each and every investigation on this, because when you stated, Mr. Crashfield, when you stated in your press letter that the matter is so serious, that it needs to fall from the attention of both the district and the law enforcement, is it so serious that it couldn't have waited a few days for the end of the school year? I know, taking myself back to my childhood, when I think of the most memorable times in my elementary school was the day that I got to give my favorite teachers that hug goodbye and let them know, I may come back and visit you. You know, there's people that have so many memorable moments. What do you think that memorable moment is of all these children this year in the elementary when their favorite teacher wasn't there for that hug, when they weren't greeted for the goodbye, and good luck next year, have a great summer? What do you think? They couldn't have waited 5 days? I think so. I think this was handled very terribly, and I'm very disappointed in the board. Thank you.
And Dylan Coates.
Good evening. My name is Dylan Coates. I am an Ione resident. My wife and I have both grown up in this county. We love the transparency. Everybody in this county is composed of Facebook groups. We all talk, we all listen, we all help each other out. What has been happening with Mr. Huss has not only enraged me as a parent and my wife, but a lot of other parents. There was no transparency. There was no discussion of what's going on, what's happening with the school district, what's happening with the school board, what's happening with Ione. I found out by watching the news one night and from family members and friends that work with Ione PD. My daughter came home crying one day because she has been bullied a lot going to Ione Elementary, and it was never stopped until Mr. Huss had put his foot down and talked with the parents of the student that was bullying her and that student. Now, her fear is that she's going to be bullied next year coming to school without Mr. Huss. She was crying that he wasn't there every single morning to give her a hug. Same with my youngest daughter when she went to Ione preschool. It's not fair for us as a parent to not be able to believe that the school board would be able to give us transparency enough to be able to tell us what's going on and what's happening with their principals. He has been there every step of the way during complications that has happened with our family. He has encouraged our daughters to go to school every single day, to be happy to go to school, to have fun while they're at school. Our oldest daughter has speech therapy. He has made extra time for her to go to speech therapy so she can be more advanced than what she is right now. No other teacher was able to do that. No other teacher was willing to do that except him. I've had multiple meetings with him, and he has broken every single step of the way down with her school, with her learning, with her disabilities, and everything going forward and what we needed to do to change that. It's not fair that I have to send my child to school not knowing that she's going to be taken care of the proper way. My wife and I have considered moving out of Amador County multiple times, but because of Mr. Huss, we have refused to. He is the only reason our daughters go to Ione Elementary, and he will be the reason our daughters continue to go to Ione Elementary and to keep going forward in this county. I would like to say, during your guys' investigation, to please inform yourselves with how much he has helped our community, how much he has loved in our community. And it is, again, I hope just please that you guys are willing to look the way forward instead of backwards. Listen to everything, state the facts, look at the facts, and listen to the people of Ione and consider their thoughts and love for Mike Huss. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, perfect. We are going to have one quick presentation.
Okay, I've been told that Nathan Xavier arrived. Nathan, are you here? Come on up. I hope you didn't speed getting here. It was okay, you're late. You made it. Okay, no tickets, right? Okay. All right, so Nathan completed 323.5 hours of community service. The board would love to hear from you, so if you just want to take a quick minute and maybe talk a little bit about some of the things you did to complete those hours, okay?
So I am I just got my letter today, actually, that I'm an Eagle Scout now. Thank you. But ever since I was a kid, I have attended the Boy Scouts Troop 477 here in Ione. And my family and all my siblings and such as that has pushed me to kind of work in the community and give back what I have sort of taken is not a right word, but I'll use it in this sense. But I have worked hard to kind of give out the same energy that a lot of my mentors in the scouting program have given me. And I have really enjoyed working on my Eagle Scout project, which was refurbishing a vendor shack in Howard Park, or participating in events such as the Yosemite cleanup, or we spent 8 hours in Yosemite picking up trash around the trails and camps. But I really appreciate this achievement, and for my recognition. Recognition, there you go, thank you. But yeah, I hope to continue working with the community and helping support the scouting program and the band program as well, as I stay here in Amador County. So thank you.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to item 12, the consent agenda. Does anybody have any questions or comments on this? Right on the line. Peter? Any? Ken? No. Shane? No question. James? No. I don't either, so we would just need a motion.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Okay, and then the vote. Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
And I'm also a yes. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move on to item 13. Doesn't look like we have any communications. And now we are on our action items. We'll go to item 14.1, the capital outlay request with Mrs. Horn and Ms. Avila.
Good evening, board. I'm going to have Amanda Avila come up and help explain this request she has for you for capital outlay.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Horn. Good evening, Cabinet, Superintendent Critchfield, and Board. Before you, you have a request for the purchase of an 8-passenger SUV to transport students and delivery of necessities for our students who qualify under the McKinney-Vento, which are unhoused students category, as well as our foster students and students with unique unduplicated pupil count needs. This comes from the Community Schools, California Community Schools program, which is the grant that helped us get the resource center going. So There's no impact on the general fund, and the request would be fully funded through the Community Schools Planning Grant, which ends June 30th. So I know you have the whole packet in front of you, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, we'll go down the line. Any questions, Peter? Comments?
Perhaps this is a very basic comment, and feel free to, I don't know, elaborate whatever direction you want to. But with grant money, I understand that we want to spend the money to be spent by the 30th. So there's some urgency there. With these kinds of things, I don't know, Superintendent, is there ever a desire to purchase used vehicles, or is it always strictly best to go with new?
I mean, you get what you get sometimes with a used vehicle, and this is a grant that has the money for a new vehicle, and we have great mechanics in our district, and you know, when possible, we like buying new, and they can take good care of it, so they'll last a long time.
Okay, thank you.
Ken, any questions or comments?
So I just had some questions about how this vehicle was chosen. It just seems to have, I mean, I guess I am trying to nitpick, seems to have some options that aren't necessary. I don't know if that's because that's what they come with and that's what they come with. So that's my question is,
Yeah.
how was the vehicle chosen?
We asked the vendor to provide a base model. There were two requirements. Number one, we know we have two schools up country that face harsh winter, so we wanted to ensure we had four-wheel drive. So that was one special request, if you will. The other was because it's going to be used for two purposes. One, transporting people. We needed to ensure that we had maximum seating, and then the second would be the ability to fold the seats down. But they're all mechanical. You're not doing it with buttons. So it actually is a base level Tahoe.
Okay. And it's completely covered by the grant.
100%.
And if we don't spend that grant money, it goes away.
Goes back. Yep.
And the vehicle is going to be parked at Plymouth Elementary?
It's back and forth between the Resource Center, and Plymouth Elementary is our community school by definition, just based on the implementation grant. So it'll be used by our school community outreach liaisons. They serve all 12 schools, but we'll have one specifically at Plymouth Elementary. So it's the work that they're doing is bringing resources from the Resource Center. So it will go back and forth between the Resource Center that's behind the district office, kind of on the Jackson Junior High campus, and then out to various sites, just depending on where the students are with needs.
And is there any type of retrofitting that needs to be done to it, or it's just good to go when we pick it up?
Good to go, yeah. And right now, you're probably wondering, how are you doing this right now? We are getting really creative in making requests to the transportation department to see if there's a vehicle available. My staff will go to transportation, sign out a vehicle, and then go meet the needs of the student. Or if we have a district office vehicle available, which is shared, there's one, and it's shared for the whole district office, they can use that. So this would just allow for those, we have urgent needs where we have homeless students, foster students who are required to get to school and don't have the means to do so, and they will stop what they're doing, go pick those kiddos up and get them to school, to court appointments, meetings with their CASA, all kinds of things. So just having it available to us means that we don't have to take the extra steps in hoping that there's a vehicle available at the transportation department.
And this vehicle will be exclusively for their use, correct?
Yes.
It won't be loaned out if someone,
Nope.
okay. All right, that's that. No more questions.
Okay. Shane?
What grades would this be available for? All grades?
Correct, yeah.
And
We actually serve 0 through 21, so all of our families.
so, and it would also, would it, I guess when Ken asked about retrofitting, would it be used for any kind of special education students?
I think special education has their own transportation. There may be a student who has an IEP. We are not exclusive. We serve all of our students. But if there were specific needs with regard to car seats and things like that, we would have to address.
That's what because I know they do have a lot of their own transportation, but I just wonder.
And those, I think, Shane, are the unique circumstances where we would have to have a vehicle specifically from the transportation department if we needed a wheelchair or something along those lines. It was going to be a lot more to retrofit for wheelchair access. Yeah.
No more questions. Thank you.
Okay, James?
Did you or the request say how many students we serve in our district already?
We know our student population, but I can give you some details. Just this last year, our school community outreach liaisons had a total of 148 students on their caseload across all of our schools. We had 140 homeless students or unhoused students, and 22 foster students. So there's a pretty great need there.
Yeah, the reason I asked that is, do you foresee a need for more vehicles down the road if more grant money comes about?
I think if we see a need, I'm going to do whatever I can to find the money to do it. Right now, I think this is a huge help, just for us to be able to have that quick access to get our families what they need. An example, we had a family living out of a trailer in Pioneer, no heat. We were able to bring a heater up to them to give them what they need, as well as propane, so that they can eat. Those are things that that schools are now doing to support our families, or they don't have their basic needs met. So whatever we could do, if it means purchasing a vehicle to be able to get those needs met faster, that's my goal. And if I have to find more money to purchase more vehicles, that's a different story. But in this case, we use it or give it back. So, because
you had said we struggle to find vehicles throughout the transportation yard. That's why I had asked that question.
Yeah, if there's like, a track meet or
absolutely
wrestling,
yep.
All the vehicles are out and about and we're scrambling at the last minute because a lot of these things are unplanned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this a 3-row or 2?
What's that?
3-row?
3, yeah. We were trying to maximize seating in the event that we needed to transport a larger group of students, but also have that cargo space. We looked at I think it's a 9-passenger van, and they don't have 4-wheel drive, so you'd have to custom order that. The cheapest way to go about this, and working with the fleet supervisor, the cheapest way to do it was with a basic Tahoe.
Suburban has more cargo.
It does, but it costs more. I was trying to be fiscally responsible. You're welcome, Robert.
Absolutely. That is all.
Thanks, James.
Our community outreach liaisons right now, like you said, most of the time are they just driving around like a regular car?
Whatever they can get their hands on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I think pretty much all the questions have been asked and answered. So and there's no impact on the general fund. So I don't have any more questions or comments. So we would just look for a motion if you guys are satisfied.
I move to approve item 14.1, capital outlay request. I don't know if you need any more detail on that.
I think it's okay.
Second.
Okay, and then just the vote. Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
And I'm also a yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to 14.2, handwriting without tears, curriculum adoption with Mrs. Horn and Mrs. DeWalt.
You know I've told you I have the best team in the district, right? Mrs. DeWalt, come on up. She's going to present to you our recommendation and seek for approval for some new curriculum.
Good evening, Board. Handwriting Without Tears was actually originally developed by occupational therapists, and so it's widely used in both general ed and special education settings. And being a special ed teacher, this curriculum I found a ton of success as a teacher with, and so I actually have a little surprise for you in my presentation today. But when we started coming out of COVID, one of the things we hugely noticed with our youngest students is a lot of challenges with fine motor development. And handwriting is part of that, but also cutting and everything around how you use your hands to manipulate objects. And so we kind of use that information. Some of that was assessments that we do with our youngest students. That information all came out of that also. But then we also continue to get feedback in our LCAP surveys with families that handwriting is something our families are concerned about for their own children. And just as a little side note, I was kind of joking with Mr. Critchfield after the Argonaut senior slideshow presentation because they were all signing their names. And the special ed teacher and me cried a little bit because there was a lot of really bad pencil grab. And so, so just kind of, that's kind of how we got to this, well, we need to do something. Then in January 1st, 2024, education code changed, and it is now required by education code that we teach both handwriting and cursive. And so it's 51210 is the education code if you would like to look it up. But so last year we had this opportunity, and there's just kind of this whole bunch of things kind of came together to come to this point. So last year we were able to use our UPK money, which does not impact the general fund. It's one-time money that we got from the state to implement transitional kindergarten. We were able to use some of that money to provide handwriting without tears curriculum to all of our California State preschool programs in our county, as well as all of our TK classrooms and our kindergarten classrooms. For our youngest students, this curriculum does get a little expensive because there's a lot of manipulatives that go into teaching handwriting. You don't just start with paper and pencil, you start with blocks. Handwriting Without Tears builds all of their capital letters on 4 basic shapes: big line, big curve, little curve. And so there's a lot of building up to learning letters before you ever touch a pencil. And so instead of going through a lot of information about the curriculum, I'm actually going to pass out pencils to everybody.
I'm worried what you're gonna make us do with these things. I know. I can't hold this thing. I got Italian sausage hands.
So, I feel a little weird saying this because Mrs. Ohm is in the audience, and we've had this conversation for probably more than 20 years now. But Handwriting Without Tears is a huge proponent of building up fine motor development, not just handwriting skills, but really that finger, muscle, brain coordination. And so one of the things we talk about is should our littlest people be using the largest writing utensils? And I would be a huge proponent to know they need to be using the smallest ones, and that's what Handwriting Without Tears would say. So I'm going to do a really quick lesson that we do with kids, with you guys. So you would take your pencil and you actually point it away from you and set it down. And then we talk about your fingers. So you have your thumb, your pointer, your tall man, your ring man, and your little man. And you take your pointer and your thumb and you pinch them together. And then you stick your arm away from your body and you pinch right where the paint starts on your pencil. Then you flip the pencil over. Your tall man holds on and the other two fold in for the ride, and then you have a perfect tripod grip. So, and so this is just a very tiny example of what we do with kids to build up before you even start writing. There's lots of music and things that go along with it that's engaging. And so for our preschool through kindergarten, we have all of the curriculum in place. What I'm asking of you today is to really look at the LCAP parent survey and that need that our parents want for us to be building up handwriting as a more cohesive thing that we are teaching to all of our kids. And so in our LCAP, we have been able to set aside some money to provide the rest of the Handwriting Without Tears curriculum for 1st through 6th grade. So it'll be a continuous curriculum for all of our elementary schools. The nice part is we were able to use one-time money last year, And we were able to use it in a variety of kindergarten and TK classrooms across the district. And we surveyed the teachers who were able to use the curriculum and participate in the training. And 100% of the teachers that responded to the survey said that they would recommend continuing with handwriting without tears in elementary school. And so I think the total cost is $34,401.98 to purchase the curriculum for 1st through 6th grade. So that's what I'm asking of you all today.
Okay, thank you. We'll just go down the line. Have any questions or comments, Peter?
Yes, I do applaud the effort. I think it's very worthwhile. There have been multiple studies that have proven that students retain knowledge better when they're doing something with the manipulative, like a pencil or pen, versus simply typing all the time. I'm a big fan of pencils. Here's my favorite pencil, my Apple Pencil. My question, though, is on the proposal, the invoice, aside from the first row, virtually every other row says digital, digital, digital.
So every paper student book comes with a companion, like every class set comes with a companion digital, so that there's additional things a teacher could like print off and add.
So is it strictly for print consumption for them then to practice on paper? It's not some kind of thing where students are going to have to do digital manipulatives on their device?
No students will have to do anything on a device. The digital components also include, there's music and videos that a teacher could use as part of her lessons.
Part of the instruction.
Yes, but there's no like go on the computer and
draw with your finger or something,
right.
None of that.
If you really dig into the curriculum, there is like handwriting without tears. It has expanded to something called, they just changed the name to Learning Without Tears, and there's a keyboarding component that we're not asking to participate in. But if you really dug through the curriculum, that is an option that we're not taking advantage of it.
Okay, so secondary question, is this a one-time purchase or we're committing to try to do $34,000 a year ongoing?
So the $34,000 would cover class sets of workbooks that are consumable. They would have, the student books would have to be replaced, but the teacher's books would not. So ongoing costs would not equal $34,000 a year. It would be less than that.
Thank you.
And it's hard because I don't know how much they'll charge next year, so I can't give you projected amounts.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, Ken?
So I see on the proposal from them that we're not getting any of the teacher's guides. Is that because the teacher digital is the guide?
All the teacher materials, yes. But they also give a paper copy of the teacher materials also.
Okay.
A teacher copy comes with each initial class set.
Yeah, I'm just curious, there's 1st through 6th teacher guides, and we didn't purchase any of them.
They're part of the initial class set.
Okay. And is the $34,000 already included in our budget we're going to review tonight? Yes? All right, thank you.
Okay. Shane?
No questions.
James?
I have a question as a parent of a student who doesn't have a signature, nor do they know how to write in cursive. I thought the senior slideshow was pretty cool with the handwriting. With that being said, I'm also thinking we've been teaching students how to write in cursive for many, many years. Is this supposed to pick up where we chose to stop teaching it, or why don't we use what was used? And trust me, I'm not asking this because I know what to do and how to fix it, but like what was wrong with before?
I will say we haven't had an adopted handwriting curriculum prior to this that I can think of. When I was a principal, it was kind of always an ongoing, I need handwriting curriculum, and then we were trying to find things to provide for teachers, or they would just make their own.
Like the old letter with the dots, right? You just send them home with a page of dots.
Yes. So this does give some consistency and takes like Teachers don't have to make anything up. It will be a curriculum. The other piece, because we're providing the curriculum, we'll also be able to provide professional development for teachers so that they can get the best use out of the curriculum. The other piece to that is handwriting is something that a lot of our kids can participate in. And when we think about being inclusive, it's something that Handwriting Without Tears has these kind of onboarding ways for kids that have a variety of individual needs. It's the program is designed to support all kids. And so if you have kids with special needs that you would like to participate or included in your class, this gives even more of an opportunity because of the way the curriculum is designed to support all kids.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have any further questions, but I do think this is great. I've harped on let's teach basic things to children. And so this is one of those things where they need to learn how to write. And I also use Handwriting Without Tears for my own daughter, and so I'm happy about this. With that being said, if nobody has any other questions or comments, we would just need a motion.
A motion that we approve item 14.2, Handwriting Without Tears Learning Curriculum.
Second.
Okay, and then the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
And I'm also a yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're gonna move on to item 14.3, the Amador County Unified School District's audit report for 23-24 revised with Mr. Norton.
Perfect. Thank you, Board. This here before you is the revised audit report for Amador County Unified School District for the 2023-24 fiscal year. We had discussed this at the last board meeting where this was presented, that there was a change that was coming, and that change had to do with long-term liabilities, specifically surrounding the COP. It was not in the audit, but it should have been. So this revised version does reflect that. And so that's what we're looking to get approved here tonight. So if you have any questions, I'm available for anything you might have.
Okay, so we'll just go down the line again, Peter.
No questions. I appreciate the comprehensive nature of the reporting.
Ken?
So we're not going to go through it?
We went through it at the last board meeting, so the only change was to the COP. So you will see an increase in the long-term liability of $16 million.
So no questions.
Shane?
Just for our audience and everyone, could you define what COP is?
That is the certificate of participation. I even wrote it out here, so I would say it, and I didn't do it anyway. But yeah, so that is essentially the loan that we took toward consolidation construction. And so that's what was done last fiscal year and is why it is in the audit report.
Thank you.
Okay. James?
I have no questions.
I don't have any questions either. We went through this pretty thoroughly last time. Does anybody, if we don't have any other questions, then we would just be looking for a motion to approve this audit.
A move to approve item 14.3, Amador County Unified School District's audit report for 2023-2024 revised.
Second.
Okay, and then the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. So we will move on to item 14.4, the MOU with UC Merced Extension Education Programs with Dr. Palazuelos.
Good evening, trustees. Before you is give me 1 second. Fantastic. Yes, UC Merced Extension Education Program has extended an opportunity for us to be able to partner with them on a teacher preparation program agreement. This is an opportunity for us to be able to work with them and helping to, as much as possible, bolster up our recruitment, training, and preparation of new K-12 teachers for the region. This has no fiscal implications to the district, and it's very similar to other agreements we've had with other higher ed partners. Hopeful that you will support us in continuing to build bridges with our higher education partners out there that have credential programs.
Okay. Any questions or comments, Peter?
Yes. Number one, I applaud any effort we can to make to recruit and find people. That's fabulous. It looks like we have multiple agreements on the agenda here tonight. I appreciate how it's stated in the UC Merced agreement that interns will not ever displace an existing teacher. Do we have any data at all from all these different partnerships of how many teachers have chosen to stick around after they did an internship with us, or what percentage of successful long-term partnerships this is building?
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have that level of data. I will tell you, trustees, we're in a new opportunity now here as Amador County. There are some entities being higher education programs, credential programs, that for some time we're not working with us on some teacher placements. What we're seeing now is because we have students, we have individuals who've graduated from our schools that are in these programs that want to work in Amador County. They're initiating that essentially that dialogue with their program, and the program is reaching out to us as well as us to them. It's pretty empowering to see that, and that's something that we'll be doing, is being able to collect that data and see what our retention value is for some of these folks that come out working under internships. How many of them are continuing with us after 2, 3, 4, and 5 years?
Thank you.
Okay. Ken?
I don't have any questions. I would just like to request that moving forward, when we do all these MOUs and these agreements with other people, like we discussed before, if we can put fiscal impact on this front page, so we know that there's no fiscal impact without having to look through everything.
Fantastic.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Shane?
No questions.
James?
I had the same question as Mr. Gale. I have no questions. Thank you.
I don't have any questions either, so we would just need a motion.
Move to approve agenda item 14.4, MOU UC Merced Extension Education Programs.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
And I'm also a yes.
Thank you, trustees.
Moving on to 14.5, the agreement for student placement, CSU Sacramento. Dr. Palazuelos.
Yes, absolutely. This is another agreement. This is with Cal State University Sacramento School of Education. It would be to facilitate the placement, training, and support of College of Education students, including pre-service candidates and interns enrolled in their Master of Science in Counseling program. This agreement would remain in effect for a period of 5 years from the date of execution. And it's an outstanding opportunity to be able to tap into one of the region's programs that we know that is definitely something on many of our staff's list as far as schools that they've themselves have completed.
Okay, perfect. So we'll just go back. Peter?
No questions.
Ken?
Fiscal impact?
0.
No more questions.
Shane?
Nothing but a comment. I just think this is another good opportunity to provide potential future employees for our district that we definitely need.
Yeah, absolutely.
Agreed. James?
No questions or comments.
Okay, I don't either, so we would just need a motion.
I move that we approve item 14.5, agreement for student placement, CSU Sacramento.
Second.
And the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
And I'm also a yes. And then the last one, 14.6, MOU, University of the Pacific, Dr. Palazuelos.
Yes, thank you again, trustees. Another opportunity for us to partner with with a private school that's not too far from us in the community of Stockton. This particular one is impressive. It's not just credential programs, but also licensure programs, including licensed professional clinical counselors, licensed marriage and family therapists, or licensed clinical psychologists. They have the teacher credential, pupil services, personnel services. So it's very robust and a good opportunity for us to be able to ideally tap into some talent coming out of the University of Pacific.
Okay. And then we'll just go down the line again, Peter.
Just I'm trying to understand, do we employ LMFTs, or typically that's some area of overlap that does service our schools?
We actually have, in the past, we have employed LMFTs. Thank you for for that question. And in the event of, for example, could be through some of the work we're doing with our community schools initiative, could be something we're looking at for the future. So the agreement is very broad. These are all the programs they have under their umbrella. If we have a need, they try to make that fit for us. The other thing too, and I will selfishly say this, as a school district, we always want to make ourselves available for these individuals that need to complete hours as part of their program. So they may not become employees with us, but they have a number of hours that they have complete as part of their program. We could be an ideal site for them to be able to come in and provide support and no cost. I was very fortunate. I had a partnership with a fellow district, neighboring district, where they had developed a partnership with the University of Southern California's Masters in Social Work program. They had students in the Masters in Social Work program that were performing hours across the school. And I would say that this is one of those unique opportunities for us, that if there's someone trying to create hours or in need of hours, we could be a great site for them and the benefits to our students.
Thank you.
Ken?
Fiscal impact?
0.
So I want to thank you and your team for bringing these type of agreements to us. It could do nothing but help us bring, good teachers into our program, so thank you.
Okay. Shane?
When these MOUs come about, is that the schools reaching out to us, or is it kind of mutual where they're recruiting, we're recruiting, trying to?
So it's actually really good. It's mutual, because some of these schools, I will tell you, there are some that just have us on a calendar and will send out an agreement. Some of the schools we've worked with previously. In other cases, we have candidates that come to us and say, I really want to work for you. My program is UC Merced. And so then we create that channel of communication with them. The great thing is this: once we've started that channel of communication with them and there's a positive experience of their student with us, that goes a long way in trying to get some additional students, other students that could come into us. So I will say, when I first arrived, we had a limited number. Thanks to Dr. Hedegaard's work, we've actually increased our bandwidth a bit. We've got a partnership the board approved with UMass Global last year, and then we have Fortune School of Education. And then now these groups that are more in the region are helping us to round that out. The more partnerships we can create, the higher potential for us to be able to find someone that wants to be here and be part of our program. So great question, Shane, or Trustee Crow, sorry.
Okay. James?
No questions.
I don't either. I do appreciate all of these agreements also, because I think anything to help get people to want to come here is a good option for us. So we would just need a motion.
Motion to approve item 14.6 MOU with the University of Pacific.
Second.
Okay. The vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
And I'm also a yes.
Thank you, trustees.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna move on to, where are we at here? 14.7, the tentative agreement between California School Employees Association, chapter number 239, and Amador County Unified School District.
Thank you, trustees. That's me again. Very pleased to share that we're recommending approval of the attached tentative agreements reached with California School Employees Association and its chapter number 239. What you have here presented are job descriptions that we reached agreement on, and then extended school year compensation. Fiscal implications have been included as part of this agenda. And just to share with you, trustees, we have the following job descriptions that are part of this item. We have food manager, cook baker, food service worker 2, food service worker 3, food service delivery warehouse person, and then you will notice that we did include food service worker 1, which is the agreement with the unit is to eliminate that particular job description. But altogether, a very positive experience with our partners with CSCA 239, and recommend approval of this tentative agreement so we can update our job descriptions and ensure that we can provide compensation for those staff that are working extended school year this year.
Okay, thank you. We'll just go down the line for questions and comments. Peter?
I deeply appreciate the red line sort of edited view to help us better understand. It's also a nice touch that we have signatures on every page showing that agreement. It seems that a few of the items that have been removed include on page 3 near the top that the Amador County Unified School District food manager would no longer plan nutritious menus, and that the next page down on page 4, class characteristics, incumbents may use self-developed recipes to cook and bake a variety of foods. Is that simply to promote greater uniformity and efficiency, or?
Trustee Gale, fantastic observation. We are required to, so Mike Pingree, who is in charge of our program, develops all the menus. We don't ever want to deviate from the menus that have been created because we have to follow all the nutritional guidelines and the requirements set forth by the, by our federal, more importantly, our federal and state entities that look over that. It's part of the audit process. They'll come over and they'll take a look at menus, they'll look at what's on them, and they'll look at the nutritional value, the calories, all those pieces. So as much as possible, we don't ever want to create a situation where we deviate.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ken?
So we're eliminating food service worker 1. Does that essentially mean we're just, when we hire a food worker, they're just starting at a higher pay scale?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Shane?
No questions.
James?
I don't have any questions, thank you.
I don't have any questions either. I'm just glad that we are working well with our partners here. So we would just need a motion to approve the tentative agreement.
Motion to approve item 14.7, tentative agreement between the CSEA Chapter 239 and ACUSD.
Second.
Okay, and then the vote. Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes.
Thank you, trustees.
That moves us to 14.8, the tentative agreement between Amador County Teachers Association and Amador County Unified School District.
Thank you, trustees. Before you is the agreements we reached with the Amador County Teachers Association. You have in the attachment all of the detail with respect to what was reached, starting with Article 3 definition, Article 6 workdays and hours, Article 7 class size and student information, Article 11 assignment, transfers and reassignment, Article 24 mandated training. We have in Article 25 duration, and then we have a new Exhibit Q, which has been updated with the nurse evaluation. We received written confirmation on May 28th, 2025, that the unit members ratified all of the articles that are presented here. And we want to thank our partners with the Amador County Teachers Association for being able to get to this point and recommend approval.
Okay, so we will just go down the line. Peter?
No questions. Again, grateful for the nature of the document and how clear it is.
Okay. Ken?
No questions.
Shane?
No questions.
James?
Nothing.
I don't either, so then we would just be looking for a motion.
I move to approve item 14.8, tentative agreement between Amador County Teachers Association and Amador County Unified School District.
Second.
Okay, and the vote. Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Didn't mean to step on you. Aye.
I'm also a yes.
Thank you, trustees.
Okay, we are going to go ahead and move into our discussion items. So we'll go into 15.1, the public hearing for the 2025-2026 Local Control Accountability Plan with Mrs. Horn. Well, I need to open. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. All important gavel. Okay, are there any public comments on the LCAP? Okay, then we will go ahead and close the public hearing. Ms. Horn?
Great, thank you. Okay, here we are with the LCAP. Remember, I told you I was coming back. So just a reminder, this is our guiding document. This is our strategic plan. We're still working through this 5-year plan. It guides the work we're doing, so you'll see it reflected in most of what you'll see here today. Our objectives tonight, you'll get a brief LCAP overview. You have the full LCAP. The what is referred to as the BOP, the Budget Overview for Parents, and our results of our local performance indicator self-reflection tool in your packet. We're just going to skim the surface tonight. To remind you, if this is your first go around with LCAP, the reason we have LCAP is it connects funding to goals. It's part of California's system to make sure that the money goes to the students, and especially the students who need it the most. It's a 3-year plan. Last year you adopted a 3-year plan. We are concluding year 1 of that plan. And it must be approved by the board by June 30th of each year. Here's our timeline where we go. You'll remember we talked in January, February about the mid-year LCAP, and we talked about how much money we had budgeted and what we had spent. So Mr. Norton and I worked together. We get down to presenting it again in June, and then we'll start all over again, and we'll come back in January and tell you where we are mid-year, and next year we'll report on year 2. We have 2 goals for both Amador County Unified School District and Amador County Office of Ed. We do 1 LCAP for both entities. We have 1 goal for academic growth and 1 goal for engagement and well-being. Those have not changed. So part of our requirements for LCAP is we seek feedback from our educational partners. On the left, you'll notice these are some of the educational partners that give feedback to the LCAP. We have the APAC, the Parent Advisory Committee, that meets with me once a quarter. DLAC is our English Learner Advisory Committee. We have school site councils, district staff and managers, students, Community Advisory Committee, which is a function of special education, and of course our labor partners. This year, our LPAC survey went out, I believe it was about February, March time, and some of the highlights that came out of it, Mrs. DeWalt touched on one that we actually saw multiple times, both in comments and in the LCAP itself, was a return. I think, Kayla, you said it beautifully, a return to the simpler thing, like the important foundational teaching. There was a call for, of course, need for more credentialed teachers and subs, updated textbooks. To quote one parent response, get back to the 3 R's, which I thought was interesting because the very next response said, we need more technology. So we're kind of all over the place, so we did our best to try to address the needs of our community, academic support, professional development, and all of these things. As a reminder, you saw this slide when we talked about our CASP scores. We have some strengths. It's not all doom and gloom. And on the right side, you'll see the student groups that were performing at the lowest level, and that would be the level red on the dashboard for each of those areas: English language arts, math, English learner progress indicator. You'll remember this is the first year that the long-term English learners is being reported on the dashboard. So the LP, or the English learner progress indicator, is a new indicator that we're getting used to reporting on. Graduation rate, college and career ready, chronic absentee, and suspension rates. We had some growth. We'd like to see more, but we'd like to celebrate. We had 18 pathway completers for CTE this year, 18 more than we did the previous year. We've had good gains. We want to see stronger gains. Most of our numerically significant subgroups made growth, as we talked about when we talked about CASP earlier. Sometimes making growth doesn't get you to that next color band, but focusing on growth is where we'd like to be. And 42.9% of our English language learners made progress towards our goals of fluency. So some good things to celebrate. Okay, what's new in this year? The biggest issue is we're not changing any of our goals, but we are going to look at the actions and kind of redefine them. So goal 1, we have allocated $4.4 million of our LCFF to go towards that. And when Mr. Norton presents a budget, keep in mind, LCFF is one part of the money that goes into the school district in the county. So the LCAP only addresses the LCFF, which is the local control funding formula. Quality first instruction is our first goal. We're moving forward with common assessments so that we can assess where our students are K-12. We're working with our partners for UDL and AVID, which are good quality first instruction strategies. You got to hear Mrs. DeWalt talk about handwriting without tears becoming our across the board from TK through 6 instruction. So we have continuity there. And this year, next meeting, we'll hear about the K2 reading difficulty screener, which is a new requirement by the state where we'll be identifying students with reading difficulty, potential for reading difficulty in the early grades. We have a focus on professional development, addressing persistent subgroup gaps, most especially for our students with disabilities and our long-term English learners. And this year we do have the graduation committee that has already begun its work to evaluate our graduation requirements, our A through G, and all of that work. And they'll be presenting to you as they go, and in the fall, the end of their work, what their recommendations will be going forward for our updated graduation requirements. Goal 2 is the engagement and well-being. We have $2.1 million allocated from LCFF to Goal 2. We're working on stronger attendance interventions that are focused on growth, moving towards better attendance and curbing our chronic absenteeism. More consistent implementation of the Overcoming Obstacles Life Skills curriculum, which we piloted last year through our counselors. Alignment, and we'll hear a little bit more when we get to the county office meeting about the alignment with state preschool, ELOP, and our regular gen ed programs, so the students have seamless alignment of what their experiences are from the time they come to school until they go home. And then some more targeted family engagement, especially working with multilingual outreach and more inclusive. So our next steps, we need to finalize the LCAP. This is a discussion only tonight. This is a first reading. I will bring it back to you in a week. And at that point, we'll finalize and you can vote on it. If you approve it and it meets with your approval, then we will post it and begin the implementation for the 25-26 school year. Any questions?
Okay, we'll go down the line. Peter?
Yes. Can you help me understand on the big glorious price tags you have on a couple of previous slides, considering that LCFF is the majority funding for everything, teacher salaries, blah, 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 blah. How do I phrase this? Is that lovely 4.4 million, for example, does that mean additional spending on that? Or just clarifying that these particular actions are costing about that much of the budget? Can you help me understand that connection there?
Yes, so this is not in addition to the budget. These items essentially are targeted with this dollar amount figure.
So when the funding formula is made, you have base funding for every student, and base funding differs based on their grade span. And so you have 4 different grade spans, and there's $1 allocated to how often they attend school. It's all about $10,000 or more per student. If a student is an unduplicated pupil, so we're talking foster, socioeconomically disadvantaged, English learner, homeless, then you get 20% more money than the base funding. So you add up all those little bits of 20% for all of the students that qualify, and that's the dollar amount in your LCFF formula that at minimum is dedicated to the LCAP. Then you can take other funding sources like Title I and things like that and include them in your LCAP. It's not required, but you can do that. And so there's a formula every year that's created based on our number of students, how often they attend, and then that 20% extra for those students groups create the LCAP dollar amount.
And so the amount that's required is what they consider the contributing items toward it. And just to give context to that, the dollar figure in last fiscal year was about 3.8 million. This going to be adopted budget would be 3.6 million. So we've clearly shown we're spending more than just the minimum.
that helps clarify. Thank you.
Okay. Ken?
So on goal 2, that first sentence, some uneven implementation in 2024-25, can you explain that?
That had to do a lot with the overcoming obstacles, the life skills curriculum that we had some counselors who were able to deliver at certain sites and some weren't. Some schools don't have full-time counselors, they share. So we're working towards getting even implementation by having that be rolled out as I've lost words, I'm sorry, a collaboration between the teachers and the counselors to help make sure that those lessons are being delivered, even if there's not a full-time counselor.
So system improvements to overcome the uneven implementations of this year or next year.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Shane?
Can you explain how this is a tool to help on that? I think it's the couple slides before. How does this benefit improving the ones that are on the right that are in the red?
Great question. So you're talking about the subgroups or the subjects?
Well, when it's student groups at lowest level, how can we use this, or how is this used as a tool to help us improve those?
Improve the outcomes for the student groups?
Well, the ones that are at the lowest level, the ones that...
Right. The ones that are in the red?
On the right, yeah.
So in the full document, where it breaks it out, each one of the small bits of like X amount of money is being spent for this program to target these students. That's called out in the whole LCAP. I'm trying to think if there's an easy way to do that without like digging through and finding it all for you. Does that make sense?
Well, I guess my concern is, is this just a data? We have data, and this is telling us that we're falling short in some categories, but then there's really nothing that's helping us make those improvements, and that's kind of our bottom line, is we're trying to make the education better for all our students. And so when we have these discussions and these presentations, how is this going to be used as a tool so that we can keep forward?
That's actually a great question. I think probably going back to something Jared keeps saying, and I think he'll continue to say it so that it gets beat into our heads, the continuity piece. The LCAP was written and adopted by the board, and now it's the charge of the cabinet and the directors and the teachers to continue to keep these in the forefront. And now that we have the goal, we have the money that's been allocated for it, we continue to keep checking in. Is it working? Is it working? So next year, if I come to you and we still have like, great, they weren't that great, this tool should fix, it should adjust at that point to address that shortfall. And so I think our biggest issue going forward is kind of a lack of consistency and continuity. With different leadership coming in and all of the changes that we've had, we haven't kept our eye directly on this North Star. So now that we have some stability, we can continue. This is the work that we do when we do our strategic plan leadership, when we meet with our principals. We always come back to, these are the goals that we're working on. We just met for the last 2 days with our MTSS leadership group, and Jared laid out for us 4 district initiatives that basically pull all of these 2 goals, how we're addressing them with regard to our strategic plan. So we have a plan moving forward, and at this point, we're all hopeful that we can start making some traction and making some changes for students, and that this tool helps us. It's like a North Star.
Thank you.
Also, though, so Patty, how many pages is the LCAP?
106.
Okay, she's being more tactful than I'm probably going to be. There are portions of this document that are purely compliance related. It's a state document that has to get approved, right? I want to commend Patty and her team because she's doing everything in her power to make it real and make it usable so that it can move the needle and help students. But given all the state requirements, there are unless they make major changes to what they're asking for in the LCAP, the first LCAPs, by the way, were like 10, 12 pages long. So it just, like anything, it grows over time and more compliance. And so there are always going to be aspects of the LCAP that are they're just very compliance driven. And it's hard to get around that because they need to be approved by the state. And I think Patty's doing a good job with her team of balancing that with, let's make this real and let's make this something that actually helps teachers and students.
Yeah, and I guess part of my reasoning for asking that question is, we have parents and, we have quite a few people here tonight, and they're sitting there scratching the head like I am when I first started reading this. Like, well, where is this coming into play? So I think it's helpful just to try to maybe lay a road. This is what it's supposed to do. So thank you.
So like this is going to be more of an editorial comment, but as it's grown in length, then they've added things like budget overview for parents, LCAP at a glance, the mid-year LCAP report, where you're doing other things that are shorter in nature to help people understand versus helping everyone shorten the document, right? And so instead the document stays long and cumbersome and hard for people to, I think, most people live pretty busy lives and they're probably not sitting around reading a 106-page LCAP. And so that does become a challenge. And so, again, that's why I also commend Patty for putting together this thoughtful, PowerPoint presentation to, again, make it more digestible, because you're right, Shane, it is a challenge for people to grasp what's going on with this document.
Can I praise one little piece of that? The supplementary material is quite good, and I deeply appreciate how clear and organized it is on the shorter 8-page document that has the tabs across the top and shows these different areas. For example, many of the identified problems are with English learners. It's a problem that nearly every district in the state really struggles with, especially the long-term situation. Having just this past year finished, as an ELD teacher myself in Manteca Unified, they gave me the privilege the second half of the semester of their senior year, because the students are most motivated to do what they don't want to do the last semester of their high school experience. And it was my task to try to convince these dozen seniors who are long-term learners and probably should have reclassified 4 or 5 years ago to put in the real effort, to show what they could do, and to hit the mark. And of those 12, I was thrilled that I managed to persuade, and we worked hard enough that 4 of them did it. They got reclassified at the very end when it felt like we started the conversation. Mr. Gale, what's the point? It's not going to get us out of ELD. Why does it matter? And so I appreciate that on this document, it's on page 3, I think, addressing the English learner services, item B1.1.3 talks about that you need to create a, how does it put it here? Survey parents for when they would attend learning opportunities and what topics they'd be interested in, topics to be included in the survey that focus on the English learner services. What would be meaningful to them to help motivate them to actually want to, even if they see it as just jumping through a hoop, but to actually step up and proudly demonstrate what they can do. And sometimes that's what it takes, is some motivational conversations and connecting with the families and how meaningful this could and should be, that these things matter, and frankly, that they can do it. So personally, I love all the different shorter pieces, because I'm sorry, I'm not reading the 100 and whatever page document. That's not going to happen. But the shorter pieces are quite good.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. James, any questions, comments?
I do have a couple. I had the same question with regards to I've said it many times before, I'm a colors and shapes guy. The color coordination there helps me. I appreciate that. With that, I was thinking on the goals section, when you had said academic, in the academic growth goals sections, you said that they have not changed. And then me being me, well, how long have they not been changed for? because I've sat here for so long with the same thing happening.
So that reflected, it hasn't changed from the one you adopted last year.
Okay.
So
So if it hasn't changed, and some would say, the ones the half full, half empty, some would say, oh my gosh, we're doing good, but then others would be like, well, the 68% that aren't in certain categories. First thing that popped into my head is, well, the goals haven't changed. I heard you say that. Well, maybe we should change a goal. Does that happen?
it does. It's not recommended. So all of the literature shows that in order to make systematic growth, you need about 3 years, which is why they have you adopt an LCAP plan for 3 years and don't recommend making major changes. So when you look on the side where I said no new actions added, but existing actions refined, tweaking what we have in place during that 3 years in hopes that those tweaks move our needle. If they don't, and we start to see things drastically going the wrong way or flatlining, we have the ability to redo the LCAP from start to finish and redo a new one at that point. But we've only had 1 year with these goals, and I mean, to be honest, I've been in the seat since October. I'd love to have some time to actually get in and do the work and see if we can't make it work, and then come back to you next year and tell you, hey, you know what, you're right, it's time we adjust it, or we're making growth, let's keep going and see what one more year gets us, which conveniently gets us to the end of this LCAP, and then we can rewrite it again.
So then forgive me for not memorizing the LCAP prior, being that they come every 3 years, right? Mm-hmm. What were the goals? I'm curious, like what was the goal on the last one?
That was.
You probably don't know that.
The last 3 year cycle,
yeah.
the prior 3 year cycle prior to last year.
I feel like nothing's changed.
I don't think our goals have changed that much. I don't think the goal is the problem.
Okay.
How the actions and services that we provide to get to those goals is what we need to be more consistent with, and what is being refined so that we can actually attain those goals. I mean, the goals for the LCAP, the overarching goals, are pretty general in nature. I mean, academic growth.
Yes.
Right? Academic growth, right? That's a pretty broad goal. And so the focus has to be on what are we doing? And there's so many aspects to this. Like, for example, tonight, approving what Mrs. DeWalt presented. That will lead to more academic growth for our students, right? With handwriting. And so it's just a matter of all these actions and services and refining those, and then being consistent and sticking with a plan. That's what's going to get us there to those more broad goals that are written in the LCAP, if that makes sense.
It does. I hear it. But again,
I know why you're bringing this up, though. We've had
being here for the time that I've been here, and it's just the same thing.
You're right.
I'm just like, okay, well, I mean, maybe the car will start this time. You know what I mean?
Hope springs eternal.
It's about the consistency, though, right, James? I mean,
Sure.
Jenny mentioned that in her time, she doesn't know of an adopted handwriting curriculum across the district. And I said this to a group of teachers and principals on Monday. We've had a lot of individual teachers and a lot of schools do some great things, but the consistency at a district level for some of these things has not always been there. And so just one example tonight of handwriting, now we have an adopted curriculum from preschool through the 6th grade across the entire district, right? Those are the more we can look at successful programs and give teachers the right tools, then provide the consistency to the students. In some ways, it won't even matter what the goal is. That's going to help move the needle.
I appreciate that. I just always, and by no means do I feel on the flip side of that you guys suck or the teachers we have suck. I'm not saying that.
No.
I'm just saying something.
Yeah.
You know what I
No,
mean?
you're right.
I don't know, maybe the starter's broke or the solenoid, whatever it is, we got to fix it, right?
That's what we're working on.
Okay.
All right. I did just have one question. It says, and I think it's the next slide or the previous one, I don't know which one it is, but it says, I wanted to know, what does it mean when you talk about discipline disproportionality?
I bet you.
That one.
That one, discipline disproportionality. one of our lowest indicating areas where actually we are looking to work with our partners in COE to get some support is the disproportionate number of students with IEPs who are being suspended.
Okay.
So in general terms, you look at all your subgroups, and if a subgroup is disproportionately being suspended, then that obviously draws a red flag. Like, why is that group being suspended at a higher rate than the overall general student population?
Okay. All right, so this is just a discussion item. We already did the public hearing, so this is just our first reading, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so this will come back next week. I want to commend Patty.
Yes, definitely.
In particular, writing an LCAP or rewriting it or refining it, whatever you want to call it, it's 106 pages. And so the amount of time and effort she put in, the work she has to do with her team, the amount of time she spends with Robert and the fiscal team, because this is, obviously there's dollars and cents tied to all of this. I just want to make sure that I commend them for this. This is in the education code set up this way so that it is more of a public-facing document. This is why the board does not vote on this tonight. And then next week at our meeting, we will bring back this LCAP for board approval.
Okay. We're gonna go ahead and move on to item 15.3, the 2024-25 third interim budget revisions and reports. Mr. Norton.
Awesome, thank you, board. So the third interim, given the district's qualified certification at the second interim, the district is required to complete a third interim. The third interim includes actuals through April 30th of 2025, utilizing actuals, encumbrances, and then expenditure projections for the rest of the year. Essentially, we come up with estimated actuals for fiscal year ending June 30, 2025. And that really helps shape and outline what will be the adopted budget that we're going to look at tonight as well. So at this time, too, just to reiterate, there is no certification as required with the third interim, whereas the first two do have those particular statuses. But this is still a requirement from the state to do for it. So with regards to revenue components, utilizing the May revision for the LCFF calculator and the school services dartboard for projections, Amador County Unified School District expects the ending LCFF funds to come out at roughly $48.8 million, which represents roughly 78% of the district revenue. The district is also expecting $9.6 million from other state revenue, $2.6 million from other local, and $1.7 million from federal sources. You can kind of see the pie shape out here. A significant percentage all comes from our LCFF, which is not a surprise as we've seen several times before. So looking at the revisions from what occurred at second interim, at the LCFF top line, because we did a recalculation, there were some updated P2 figures. P2 is essentially the second reporting period we have for attendance. The data did account for a slight increase in our LCFF revenues. More so had to do with our district funding county programs. And we actually had a little bit of a decrease in our charter schools set aside that basically our students are being supported by other counties. On the federal side of things, we did reduce the federal revenues just a hair. This had to do more so with the way that we find out about our federal allocations is very late in the fiscal year. We basically are preparing based on last year's revenues for the most part, and we get the final allocations here in the last couple months of the fiscal year. So we've updated those. It did come out slightly lower than we had before, and so you'll see that reflected here. And then in terms of other state revenue, very minor adjustments. There are only $7,000 that kind of changed for some minor tweaks. And then other local revenue, we found an overstatement on one of our grants that was corrected at this checkpoint, but did account for about a $300,000 decline on that side of things. So overall revenue did drop as a whole from what was second interim by $300,000. And this is kind of where we expect the fiscal year to end at this point in time for revenues. So in terms of the operating expenditure components, this breaks it down to the full scope where you'll see certificated, classified, employee benefits, books and supplies, operating expenses, capital outlay, and other outgo. I like this one better because it really kind of encompasses our salaries and benefits all in one, and you can really see what percentage of our expenditures that exist within the district really sit with our salaries and benefits here. They account for 72% of our expenditures overall, $46.9 million in terms of figures. Our operating expenditures are projected to finish at 11.1 million, capital outlay at 366, and other outgo at 3.4 million. So then again, how does this one compare kind of to where we were at second interim? You'll see with salaries and benefits, they did all decline across the board. This had to do with positional vacancies, but also non-positional pay reductions. So this is like extra time or overtime that was not incurred that we had projected to be incurred. So there were those pieces there. Books and supplies overall had minor adjustments. This was, it did adjust upward. This had to do with some overages that we saw with terms of cost of custodial supplies and some maintenance supplies that we have. And then we had some operating expenditures increase as well. One of those things being certain grants that we need to spend out by the year, one of them being the SB HIP. So that one, we do see increased services on that side, which did increase it a little bit. Capital outlay increased. The vehicle actually that was proposed earlier tonight was a part of the capital outlay increase that we had here that you do see at the fiscal year close for this year's budget. Other things that do exist in that that were added on, we actually had a batting cage that had to get repaired, and then we do have some equipment for greenhouses that are going up that also account for pieces of it. And then other outgo did change very minorly, so there's some minor adjustments there. But as you can see overall, our total expenditures did go down by about $186,000 between second to third interim. So where does this leave us with our reserve requirement? Overall, these revisions show that we are projected to still meet our required 3%. In fact, we're looking at around 4%. And so this reserve amount will be utilized as we prepare for the FY26 budget for a lot of starting balances and then as we're going forward there. So this reflects where, based on where we think our year is going to end, kind of our year-over-year fund balance, and you can kind of see what, as we've discussed before, the ebbs and flows of what was and what is now. To where we are. And we did have, I guess another way to look at this too is we discussed before with regards to the COVID funding, 2020, 21, 21, 22, 22, 23, you get those big influxes and you see the fund balance grow with it. And obviously as the one-time funding has died out, that's what you kind of see in the reflection of it as well. So how does the fund balance compare to what we thought it was going to be at second interim? The beginning balance does not change because it shouldn't have changed. There was an increase in what we think our deficit is going to be for the year by about 100,000. But overall, our unrestricted reserve for uncertainties actually did grow by almost 600,000, and our restricted resources did decline. One of the major things we looked at as a part of this budget revision was making sure we're utilizing all of our restricted funds as much as possible. So this would include any title funds that we had where we saw some budgets that maybe we aren't going to fill. So we shifted some things that still qualified for title funding that didn't supplant anything. So we were looking at those pieces. So it was just getting strategic as much as possible. We had some state grants with educator effectiveness, working with partnerships in ed services and special education to really kind of identify and try to shift that as much as possible. And then moving forward, overall, the third interim is a great tool that is required due to our qualified status, but really overall, this is something we conduct annually anyway as we prepare for budget adoption. It's just not normally presented in a formal process to this degree. And in terms of what we're looking at in terms of next steps, I really want to hold it off as we get to budget adoption conversation, next one, because really this is more to help inform what will be our budget adoption. And so now that we'll look at that and we'll talk more about next steps there. So at this time, I'm available for any question the board has with regards to our third interim.
Okay, Peter?
Again, I appreciate the effort for clarity. I mean, there's lots of other documents that can be a little overwhelming, so this is a nice summary of things. And yet we do have access, and the public has access to dive down in particular funds if they so choose. It's particularly helpful to see that even if our revenue was $283,000 less than we thought it was, at least our expenses were also $186,000 less. So not quite as doom and gloom as it could be. So again, thank you for the clarity.
Okay.
No questions.
Shane?
No questions.
James?
No.
I don't have any questions on this either. So this is just a discussion, so we don't need an adoption on this.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we are going to move into item 15.4, a public hearing for the 25-26 annual budget adoption. It says in accordance with California Education Code, I'll open the hearing and read the thing. We're going to open the hearing. In accordance with California Education Code, Section 42127, the governing board of the Amador County Unified School District is required to hold a public hearing on the budget proposed for the upcoming fiscal year. This hearing provides an opportunity for public input and transparency regarding the district's financial plan for the 25-26 school year. The proposed budget has been prepared in strict adherence to the requirements of California Ed Code Section 42126. This comprehensive document outlines the district's anticipated revenues and expenditures across all funds, reflecting the financial resources allocated to support educational programs, operations, and services for our students. The budget to be adopted by the board on or before July 1st, 2025 represents the culmination of a thorough and collaborative process involving district staff, school sites, and community input. It aims to responsibly allocate resources to meet the diverse needs of our student population while maintaining fiscal stability and accountability. We did have a public comment card for this item, so if Ms. Tracy Hinman would like to come up and.
Get a little nervous when you get up here. Board, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Mr. Critchfield, Superintendent Critchfield, and Cabinet. As the budget is being proposed and discussed, I really hope the board is scrutinizing to make sure whether or not that prioritizing employees is part of that budget. If I'm not mistaken, and it's possible I am, I'm sure Robert will correct me when he gives his presentation, but for the past 2 years, the district has asked the board for a waiver because they haven't spent the required amount of funds on employees. And as the presentation just showed, I think it's supposed to be 80% or 85%, and it was 72%. So they're gonna ask a waiver, and Mr. Norton said this in a previous board meeting again. So what I'm hoping is that this budget that's being proposed meets that requirement. I think almost all of you tonight said, well, we really need teachers. Well, we really need teachers, and it's part of our LCAP. And for at least the 9 years that I've been here, hiring and retaining qualified teachers has been a goal. It's been there, it's been a goal. And I can't but wonder if some of the mishaps and roadblocks and obstacles that the district endures is part of not managing and prioritizing what they're directed to manage and prioritize. Have you seen that, like that visual where you have the golf balls and the rice, and you gotta fit it all in a jar, and the golf balls are the needs and the rice are the wants? And if you put the rice in first, the wants, you can't fit all the golf balls, the needs. But if you do it the reverse and you do the needs first, you really prioritize, you put those golf balls in, man, all that rice fits. It's like this, woo, like I see it. So I wish I had that tonight, but I thought that'd be a little weird, so I didn't bring it. But, so, I lost my place. So before you approve this budget, I just hope you're making sure that the needs, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm biased, I'm a teacher. So yeah, employee salary, employee benefits, that's high on my priority list. But I just, if you do the right thing, then good things happen. And it's always right to do the right thing. And so I just can't but wonder if we're not managing the needs. So I hope that that's high on your list and that employees are valued. I mean, and I look at like a $600, oops, sorry, we made a mistake, $600,000 in attendance errors. And I'm not one to be like, you can't cry over spilled milk. I get it. It was a mistake and we got to fix it. But I don't want that mistake on my back or the backs of the other staff and employees going, we don't have money, sorry, we're in a qualified budget again. You can't have a raise again. I'm just not for that. And I just don't understand why the district doesn't offer the cost of living adjustment, like the whole cost of living adjustment to their staff and their employees like other industries do, and let negotiations be for raises. But we didn't get the cost of a living adjustment. We didn't even get but maybe half. We didn't even get half because it was over 2 years. And we're going to have an insurance discussion and a couple more numbers here on this agenda. And if you look at what the staff is being paid, I don't see that pie chart is going to be the right priority. So that's what I'm asking of you. Thank you for allowing me the time to share this point.
Don't have any other comment cards, so we are going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and move in to 15.5, the 25-26 annual budget adoption with Mr. Norton.
Perfect. Thank you, board. Okay, so we're here at budget adoption. So this is a legally requirement. Essentially, the budget adoption for the school district is legally required by July 1st annually. However, beyond the legal requirement, budget adoption is an operational blueprint for the district where fund usage is identified and expressed as to how the district believes aligns with our strategic goals, meets the needs of our students, et cetera. And then in addition is a great opportunity for public oversight at board meetings, public hearings like we just had on the budget and the LCAP, provide an opportunity for the community's input and how they feel the funds are utilized or how they should be utilized. And then county and state oversight. So then in addition to what we are doing here tonight with adoption budget, they're reviewed by the county and the state even after it's approved to ensure fiscal solvency and compliance with other things. So then what this will be is in pieces to response to state budget changes. And so we always look to the May revision for impacts and how this is going to impact the district. It's one of the main drivers that really shapes our budget is what the governor decides to do with their priorities and initiatives, which I will discuss more in a second to some of the things that came out of that. But the budget then accounts for any significant funding changes as well that we believe that are out there, or long-term planning when we look at our multi-year projections, kind of be able to see ahead into the future with the best information that we have available at this time, kind of get an idea of what the direction of the district is. So that's what we got here with the budget adoption. So looking at the budget cycle that is a part of this here, where we're here at the budget adoption, which I noted is required by July 1st each year, it really kicks off our fiscal year of 25-26. So the next thing that will come up after board adoption will be the 45-day revision. An odd thing that happens in the state is we're going to be required to approve a budget for the district, but the state doesn't enact their budget until after that. So there could be some major things that come out of that, and at that time, we could see a 45-day revision. There are any other significant changes the district might experience could also lead to that triggering. So this is something you don't necessarily have guaranteed, but it is that window within the first 45 days, you generally would see that if there is a material change. The next thing after that would be unaudited actuals. That would take place in October. This is really where the district has now taken the prior fiscal year, so what would be now our current one, 24-25, and that's when books officially close. It's required to go to the state by October 15th and confirms essentially our final figures. So at that time too, we would load in all the starting actuals for dollars inside of our accounting system for the current or for the next fiscal year, so 25-26. And then we have here too, now we move on to December for the first interim. And this report represents the actuals through October 31st of the 25-26 school year, which will be coming up. And is the first opportunity at that point for the board certifies the budget in either a positive, qualified, or negative status. So that's kind of the budget cycle on the road ahead. So I just kind of want to outline that as we continue along this process here. And so let's look at the May revision. So in mid-May each year, as a part of the state's budget cycle, the governor puts out in his May revision for the state budget for the next fiscal year. This is the first time since the January's governor's budget proposal that we see the state's updated priorities, initiatives, revenue expenditure projections, and everything that's related to K-12 education funding. And overall, despite the state viewing a budget deficit, K-12 funding for the most part was relatively unchanged. There was some slight declines. Prop 28 guarantee was lowered a little bit. This had to do with lower revenue that the state was forecasting, and so as a part of that equation, so would you see the Prop 28 dollars going down a hair. Our cost of living adjustment, the COLA, that kind of dictates our LCFF calculations, It did get reduced from what it was initially looking like in January from 2.43% to 2.3%. We are looking at payment deferrals. So this is a part of the principal apportionment that we get on a almost monthly basis, where they would take essentially a portion of the June 2026 apportionment and delay part of it to July 2026. So we're only talking 1 month and only a portion of the apportionment. But in that, it could have cash flow ramifications, because obviously the district has all these expenditures they're expecting. Obviously, when you withhold cash at any point, that could cause problems. Now, that's usually why we go out for the TRAN each year too. However, this would occur at the changing of a fiscal year, which makes a new complication. In doing a cash flow analysis, I don't project that to have an issue at this point, but that is something I just wanted to put on the radar that did come up in the governor's May revision. In addition, a new block grant was discussed. This was also discussed at the January governor's budget for the student support and professional development discretionary block grant. It did decrease slightly from 1.8 to 1.7 billion. Based on my estimate, the district's portion of that would be about 800,000 is what we'll be looking at for the next year. And this, at this time, what we have included it into the budgeted or adopted budget, forecasting that we would be receiving roughly around that much. Universal TK add-on. So the plan fully funds ongoing implementation of Universal TK. The add-on was proposed to see an almost doubling impact that could lead to an additional 200 to 300K for the district, and is meant to support the student-adult ratio for TK. And ultimately, the goal is to move it down from 12 to 1 to 10 to 1. So at this time, we have added that to the budget for this upcoming year based on the slightly decreased add-on, but it's still a nice addition that we see coming in. And then the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. This was actually a grant from a few years back now that had seen an initial rollout of an apportionment or an allocation and then saw it get reduced a little bit. So the governor has proposed actually to reinstate a portion of it. The impact of the district would be about 180,000, and so we have added that into the budget too at this point. So one thing I really wanted to do is take a look at was major budget assumptions, things that will have a decent impact on budget, or things that we've discussed in prior board meetings that we can gain a little context on. We've discussed in the fiscal stabilization plan, and note that that is coming back around. It's going to be at the next board meeting, so you will see that in all its glory at that time. But health and welfare, clearly, this transition we're in is clearly a major topic that we're discussing, and we have another agenda item where we will discuss it a little bit further. But for the purposes of this budget, we have put no change in terms of the budget at this time, due to the uncertainty of what direction the transition will ultimately take. And again, we'll discuss that more at that next item. But at this time, it leaves in roughly $700,000 worth of excess in terms of either claims or healthcare costs. And depending upon that decision of whatever we decide and how that impacts things, this is one item that could potentially trigger that 45-day revise we discussed earlier. So then another thing that was discussed in the fiscal stabilization plan is ELOP attendance recovery program. At this time, we've not really put any changes in the adopted budget that are impacting based on this. We are really at this time, the program is still in the early stages, still figuring things out. We don't know how it's going to impact revenue or expenditures, so we did not include it. District ADA, the budget remains stagnant here. The budgeted ADA remains stagnant, which ultimately means that we are expecting a slight decrease in the funded ADA. Our funded ADA for next year, we're expecting to be based on a 3-year average. And so with our ADA staying, we believe, roughly the same next year as it is this year, and looking back another year which had a higher amount, it does decrease that average slightly. So we do expect the funded ADA level to go down a hair. Revenue notes, the audit findings clearly are something that we have built in here. The budget includes half of the ADA adjustment that was noted as a part of the audit. The CDE allows for a repayment plan. And so we're waiting confirmation, but we did build it into this budget in terms of that we only expect a half of the cost hit. That's roughly around $300,000. The reason that we're feeling pretty confident about it is if your adjustment impacts greater than 1% of your budget, you could spread it out over 2 years, and this would. So, sorry, it's 1% of your budgeted expenditures, and this would fall into that time or that amount. So waiting official confirmation, but at this time we believe that makes the most sense based on the outline that the CDE has. It also includes the $91,000 penalty for the teacher admin ratio that we had discussed at the audit. So that is built into the budget here. This, as was noted during the audit, has been corrected for the next fiscal year. So we will not see this again when the audit comes around this next year or the year after.
Question about that?
Please.
We did vote to approve a waiver.
That was a different piece. That is the, I think it's called the CEA, but it's basically, it's the amount that is allocated toward teachers' salaries. It is different than this ratio. Essentially, it's the percentage of your expenditures that you spend in a year needs to be greater than, I believe it's 55%. On teacher salaries, or at least in classroom instruction salaries. So it does include some aid salaries as well.
Okay, quick question about that.
Correct.
Are any of our third-party vendors that we're spending so much money on because we can't find people counting toward teacher salaries, or not at all because it's completely separate stuff?
It does not count.
Okay. Does that reliance on that hurt us at all and make the ratio worse, or no, not really?
It definitely will make the ratio worse anytime you are subsidizing your active teachers with contractors, because obviously, well, not obviously, it does hit a different budgeted line. You know, anytime a contractor, it's 5,000, which is changes the formula equation. So yes, it would have an impact. Most of our contractors do live on the county side, so it does have an impact there, but there are definitely some on the district side as well.
Thank you.
Okay.
Quick question
Yep.
on top of Peter. So we voted for a waiver, and now we're hearing for the same teacher admin ratio question, we're paying a penalty of $91,000.
So that was, again, a different percentage that we have to hit. Essentially, those are two different functions. This one is the admin teacher ratio. This came up in the audit that we discussed. That one was not actually the waiver that was approved. There is another requirement that the state has that 55% of your operating expenditures need to go to in-class instruction, specifically more geared around teacher salaries, but there is a component of classified salaries in there as well.
There was no financial penalty for the 55% waiver. Separately, it's a personnel ratio. It's not an expenditure ratio on the number of administrators you have for your size of district. And because the district did not meet that ratio, it exceeded that ratio. There were, in other words, too many administrators, then there was a penalty. So it's two separate things.
So what do we do? So that's just the first I've seen that number?
So
it's like 91,000 we're just giving away because we didn't meet a ratio that we knew we needed to meet? How are we addressing that?
Yeah, so this was actually tied back to the 23-24 fiscal year. And so it was discovered in the 23-24 fiscal year that this was going to come up. As of the 22-23 fiscal year when it first started. Fun times. The audit that we had for 22-23 was delayed. And so when it got delayed into 23-24. So we did not discover this as a potential problem until 23-24 was over, basically. Because that's when we basically closed the books on 22-23, et cetera. And so by that point, we'd gone too far into 23-24 to do anything about it. But at that time, we immediately went into and made a change so that annually we do a review to see where we are going to fall so we don't hit that penalty as we just go through, are we going to hire more administrators? Are we going to reduce teaching staff? So that way, and that usually takes place in January, February, March, because at that time is when we're making all those decisions really on the next year. So if we have to make a major change, it's going to happen during that time, which is why I know that this year, and then next year we won't have this problem is because we've done those calculations and we did it, basically solved it this year, the 24-25 fiscal year. We have less administrators. And so 25-26, we're not adding any. So we should see the same thing, where we're not going to have any kind of change in that sense.
So we don't anticipate any penalty for 24-25?
Correct.
Okay, that $91,000 penalty, was there any interest that made it that number based on how late we did our audit?
No.
No. Okay.
They just do it off a straight calculation of what your other state revenue is by comparison to how many FTE you are over. It's, yeah.
Okay, so the public can assume that we have this under control now?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so expenditure notes, the COP payment, this was obviously discussed a few different times. We have that coming up for the first time in this fiscal year, the new budget adoption fiscal year, so 25-26. And we do have an offset of the interest that was a part of the total 1.2 million. So we will only see the 540 in this fiscal year. It will grow over the next 2 years, and you'll see that laid out into the in the multi-year projection. What happens is the way that our payment structure was set up is we have capitalized interest that accounts for our interest payments in the upfront time period while we're not doing anything with the COP or with the construction for that. And so the goal was by the time that construction and consolidation is done and we're incurring the full cost, we also have the full savings. And so that is why you see only 540 of a potential 1.2 payment for next fiscal year. Then there's also AB 218. I got notes here on this one. But we did see an insurance premium that was a significant increase of about $200,000 for this next year. This was due to ballooning payments that were tied to that particular state law. AB 218 has to do basically with a law passed by the state that eliminated the statute of limitations on childhood sexual assault, increasing the potential liability to the district and really all districts in the state of California. To counteract this liability, our JPA, in conjunction with CISC, helped with insurance to potentially limit the exposure in any cases. There have been some high payouts that have been noted as of late. Los Angeles County had a $4 billion settlement for 6,800 sexual abuse cases. Riverside County had a $135 million payout for 2 6th-grade boys. So the payouts are wide in range, and this insurance that we have here helps protect the district at least a little bit. And so that's why we see an additional $200,000 into this particular budget. So the last year would only cost us about $100,000 for it. It's going to balloon to over $300,000. Special education vacancy is something we've talked about often. The Amador County Office of Education has been advertising a recruitment incentive, which we're hopeful to help save on the contractors in the out years. However, at this time, although things may be changing in that degrees, we didn't have any vacancies when this budget was put together that were filled. So the plan is to leave those, the contractors for the most part at their full extent. And the contribution from the district to the county is scheduled at 1.57 at this point in time for budget adoption. And obviously that'll be an evolution as we evaluate those particular pieces throughout the year and see what those costs are ultimately looking like as vacancies become filled or don't. So revenue components of the budget adoption, the LCFF calculator, again, was used for this in conjunction with the May revision information, so basically using the COLA, things like that, our P2 attendance. And so we've budgeted $49.2 million. This accounts for essentially 81% of the district's revenue estimated for next year. Our federal revenue is budgeted at $1.2 million. Our other state revenue is budgeted at $8.9 million. And our other local revenue is budgeted at $1.5 million. So how does this compare to where we thought we were going to, or where we think we're going to finish the year this last year? So this takes that third interim that we just looked at and kind of compares side by side, so you can kind of see some growth or some declines from the year prior. And despite the noted reductions that we expect in our LCFF top line revenue, we still expect to see a growth next year of about 452,000 or 453,000 this next year. Federal funds, we do expect to decrease by about 482. This is actually purely because we are going to spend down our federal funds this last year. Historically, we've had some carryover. The way federal funds work, they're not really recorded officially until you use them. So we budget for them like we do most years, but then what happens is that can go down if we end up not using them. So at the end of the year, when we do unaudited actuals. So historically, we've had, well, roughly about a $300,000 to $400,000 carryover in our federal funding. Next year, we are not expecting to have any because we were planning to spend it down in the prior fiscal year. So that's where that is more of just a function of what we're using our funds for at the end of this fiscal year. Other state revenue decreased by $739,000. This is in large part due to the California Community Schools grant that Amanda actually is a new one that we have with Plymouth that we discussed plenty of times before. It was a one-time grant, so the money's come in, so we don't expect to see that again next year, and so that's why you see a significant decrease in the other state funds. However, we do see that increase of the discretionary block grant that was mentioned before, so it does help offset it a hair. Other local revenue, we do have a decrease here of about $1 million. This, in large part, is reduced due to one-time funding, again, that came in last year that is not expected to come in next year. The Cal SHAPE grant, which is close to $800,000 all by itself, and SB HIP had a significant amount of money too. So combined, that's what you're seeing is why those went down. So overall, our revenue for next year, we're anticipating about a $1.8 million decrease. There's always the potential for new grants that pop up, and so you might see those at interims, things like that. And other revenue notes, just to bring additional context on one more minor change. Many other funds, such as our title funds, are based on historical figures. So again, just so you know, we are budgeting based on the historical, especially for those. So those could change based on that. The other ones are based on calculations that we know of. So like lottery, for instance, we use the school services dartboard to factor in what our ADA is based on what the lottery rate is to calculate those particular pieces as well. So what happens sometimes with those is the lottery estimate is what it is today, but then it changes 6 months from now. So then it changes back to the start of this fiscal year. So there are plenty of things that will shape this budget, and this is the best information that we have available at this time. So when we come around first interim, I would expect these to change. Operating expenditure components, again, we see the differences here, the certificated salaries, classified salaries, and employee benefits all kind of in a shade of blue, which represent our salaries and benefits here. And so combined, our salaries and benefits account for about 72.5% of expenditures, $45.8 million. Operating expenditures are projected to be $8.8 million. Capital outlay is $265. And other outgo is $5.6 million. Okay, and this just kind of takes it and combines those three, so you can see the salaries and benefits percentage of the whole pie. As with most things, it's a significant percent of our budget. And so here again, we look at how our expenditures compare to what we think our estimated actuals will be from last year. So as it sits from a salaries and benefits perspective, we did have the positional reductions that came into play. And then we also had attrition since then. And so we're accounting for about $1 million in decrease across the board between certificated, classified, and employee benefits. Books and supplies saw a reduction of $484,000, which really was saw across the board in our different operational departments. But then this was also partly tied to certain operational grants that we had that expired. So some of those one-time funds that I discussed before had some dollars shaped into it that we're just not replacing. So those go away. Then we have operating expenditures. So one of the major decreasers at that piece is from the Cal SHAPE grant, actually, and the SB HIP grant. Those saw significant decreases, which helped lead to that. And then as well as other operational pieces that we are looking to decrease further. We've been analyzing our software, reducing that down where we can. Our transportation services, specifically those with tied to rentals, and trying to get that taken care of. So we have more of our fleet being used than anything else. And then more just with each different department level, really analyzing and breaking that down. Then on the capital outlay side, It did decrease from the year prior, but we're still looking at 265,000 in terms of outlay costs. This 256K or 65, sorry, includes 4 transportation vans and an excavator. So this will be something I plan to bring at the next board meeting. So I'll give you a brief heads up here. What we have found, and this is the reason I also mentioned the transportation rentals, is that we consistently rent 3 equivalent vans every single month, about 11 of the 12 months of the year, which if we were financing those same vans, we would spend less money. So the proposal would be 3 of the 4 vans will be to change that process out. The other one is a replacement van totaled this year. So we will be looking to do that at the next board meeting. The excavator is used by our maintenance department. That again is something that will come to the next board meeting. This is a earth drilling device, for lack of a better term there. They use it not quite often, but often enough that we rent it. We would be renting it multiple times a year if we don't have one. We did have one up until it kind of broke down recently, from my understanding. So this would replace that, and so we wouldn't have to worry about rentals there. It is a payment that we could spread out over 5 years. So whereas we see the total cost actually incurred in the capital outlay, which is a little deceptive, of that 265.6, it's actually significantly smaller. The way the bookkeeping records it is it comes in actually as an expense of the total value of the product, but there is a corresponding revenue line that hits that offsets it. So it's deceptive in the nature of how it's there. There is still a cost, obviously, for these equipment. It comes in the terms of the financing that you do. So the vans, for instance, would be the 5-year finance lease that we'd be looking at. And the excavator, again, would be a 5-year financing piece. So give more context.
I have a question about that.
Please.
Do we use the vans the way that we do because we don't have enough bus drivers?
Well, so part of those would be for transportation for athletics. And so what those vehicles are there on standby for are for help for transportation. And so the vans that we rent are used for, in a lot of cases, athletics transportation. And it's because we don't have the bus drivers to necessarily fulfill them. But this also will reduce some expenditures from having to do charter buses to a degree.
It's also because some of our teams are small enough where you don't need a bus. So, I mean, that's been commonplace for a long time. And the reason we've been renting vans the last couple of years is the last time we went out to attempt to buy vans, that with supply chain, we weren't able to get any vans. And so now that we actually there is a supply, that's why Robert, previewed the next board meeting, bringing that for approval.
So can we know about how much we've spent on rental costs over the past couple of years?
I could provide that at the next meeting. I don't have that information available.
Okay. But if we all of a sudden have enough bus drivers, we won't have vans sitting in there not being used while we make payments on them, will we?
No, we would still use vans for athletic transportation as needed for teams that are small enough that don't need a bus.
I was talking to somebody, and I think it was somebody in the district, about some districts don't.
Me.
Oh, it was you?
It was me.
Some districts don't provide athletic transportation.
That is correct. There are many districts who do not.
Parents have done it since
They've done it for a long time. I was talking to a person, and they've worked in other districts and stuff, and these are talking about like Granite Bay districts of that kind of nature, and they don't provide transportation for athletics, even at the high school level, for almost all of their teams, and they save a lot of money in that capacity. Parents sign agreements to help sign up to drive to games, and then they don't use charter buses because they too have transportation difficulties with recruiting bus drivers and such, and so that was just something that I thought was really interesting.
I didn't mean to take that left turn, but
Right,
yeah.
No pun intended there.
Yeah. Van, car, doesn't matter. It was a left turn.
All right. So in terms of other outgo, we do expect it to increase by $2 million. This other outgo would include the 1.575 transfer to the County Office of Education that was outlined before, as well as includes the COP or the Certificate of Participation payment as well. One other thing that does include is a transfer to Fund 14. This would be for deferred maintenance. We're looking at about $150,000 to go toward that. So this would leave us with our reserve requirement. The district would be able to meet its 3% reserve requirement for next fiscal year at 3.11%. Clearly, this is close to our reserve, and obviously, we still need to keep evaluating on things we can do to result in change. Obviously, our questions surrounding health insurance is a piece of it, average daily attendance, filling vacancies, and consolidation progress. All are key drivers here, and we'll touch on even some other ones as we go forward. Looks like that's.
Can I ask one more question about that?
Yeah.
When it comes to the amount transferred to the county, is that mainly for the contracted additional people?
In a lot.
I'm just trying to understand how much of those contracted people are servicing district students, or how much they're strictly focused on county students, and why money is being transferred, or how much it would save if we hired people. I'm just trying to.
Sure. So predominantly, and I can't speak to all of this, but the district served, I mean, they're a combination of county and district, but majority of our students are district students. I think we always consider our students district students first. So I would ensure that with the amount we spend on contractors, 1.57 is still a fraction of it overall. So it's it does account predominantly for that. If we were to pay for them on the district side, it just would change the equation. We'd be spending for them here, covering district students, sure. It just changes the equation. Who's paying for it? Ultimately, it comes down to, it almost doesn't matter because we'll be filling those regardless.
So it's something that would show up more clearly in the county side of the budget then?
We keep most of that stuff there, yeah. So we just because of the way we've categorized it currently, that's the shape of it. If we were to fundamentally change that, you could see it reflected the other way.
Thank you.
This might be for Adrian. Has there been any improvements as far as the incentive for recruitment for filling some of those positions that are right now contract? Is there any kind of outlook you can give us that we've had interest, some interest, no interest? Is there?
No, there's definitely been interest. We've actually been very successful in filling some hard-to-fill positions. I'll be more than happy to be able to share with you, ideally as soon as the next meeting, what that's looking like for us. But I will tell you with respect to this, we did get a number of calls, and we did get some good attention with it, and we've got some folks who've applied with us, and we're more than happy to be able to share what that looks like at a future meeting.
I think that's just even gleaming over that. That's going to be a positive to help the budget. So thank you.
Ken, any questions or comments on this?
Are we done?
Are we done?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
There's still more.
I have questions at the end.
Sorry.
Okay, and so this is where it leaves us with our fund balance year over year. You kind of see the similar thing that we saw before. Obviously we had the big influx, and it's kind of been trending the other way as we've had our hardships here. So then with the projected fund balance, you could see the change in it. We expect a deficit spend, and so you'll see a decline in our expected ending fund balance, about $2 million. Predominantly, this is again funded by our restricted funds as we try to navigate those as much as possible, and so that's what we see here. Then the multi-year projections. So now we're forward-looking. Where are we going to be in the next 2 years based on the way we're going? Overall revenue is expected to grow each year to $61.1 million in 26-27 and $62.8 million in 27-28. A lot of this top line revenue growth is predominantly due to the LCFF revenue from the COLA increases that are anticipated at this point in time. Note, as we discussed earlier, that ADA finding does have an impact in 26-27, so it's not as high as it could be, but you see then the full impact of when everything is as normal as it can be with 27-28. Other one-time grants are going away in 26-27, which does nullify some of the impact on the COLA growth. So again, that is impacting that figure. But again, there's not as many one-time funds once we hit 27, 28, so that one doesn't have as much of an impact there. On the expenditure side, we see an almost $1 million decline in 26, 27, but a return to 25, 26 numbers in 27, 28. The expenditure declines are due to some grants being spent down in 25, 26, and those are not planned to be replaced at this time. One of them being like the Educator Effectiveness Grant. There's about $300,000 there that's still left to spend, but that will not be then spent again in 26, 27. We do see expenditure increases over the next 2 years. Those debt payments, so the COP in 26, 27 will be another 370,000 or so, combined with the CREB, which is our California, I got this written down here, Clean Energy Renewable Bond that we have. Essentially that goes up by about 40 grand each year. So that one is also increasing as we go here. So a combination of those two, we expect to see $416,000 in 26, 27 and $342,000 in 27, 28. We also have step and column increases. These are just the folks moving up the salary schedule of $583,000 in 26, 27 and $590,000 in 27, 28. And then we do expect an increase in contributions from the USD to the COE in 27, 28 of $150,000. So again, notable absences here. We don't program in any health insurance spending savings. So if that does come about, that would be something that would change the outlook here. ADA is still forecasted as stagnant. So if, again, we do see increases to ADA, that could change the equation. There are no changes in those vacancies being filled. So again, that could have a major impact on these figures as well. So overall, at this current point in time, based on the information we have available, we would not be looking to hit our minimum reserve requirement in 26, 27, nor would we in 27, 28, based on the information we have available to us at this time. So then lastly, with moving forward, some of the key things are, where do we go from here? It's really some big decisions that are ahead and answers to some key fiscal questions where we can, and it'll present as much of a clear picture as we can to the budget as we go forward. Health insurance, clearly top of mind here. Our hope was by this time we would have more of a clear picture, and so we could write it into the budget and show it clearly. But with CVT declining to quote and CalPERS questions that's still out there, it still has much uncertainty on what that looks like for the year going forward. And with our deadlines for open enrollment quickly approaching, I do expect a decision likely by July, so that way we can figure this out and go forward in a direction. Consolidation impact and COP payments, obviously we saw the impacts of our certificate of participation payments, and with not seeing any benefit of consolidation at this time, it does have that impact you still see here. Filling contractor vacancies, obviously we have some initiatives out there. If those do be fruitful, then that could obviously have a major impact that could help our situation, but obviously time will tell on that one. We do have the one-time fund utilization, so as those come in and wind down, we need to find either new places for those expenditures or finding the expenditures that go away. So a lot of strategic decisions still to make there. Enrollment trends in ADA, something we have to closely analyze is where are we going? We actually have our annual reporting coming up here pretty soon to see where we finish for the end of this fiscal year. At that point in time, that'll give us a better look, and then as we start looking forward for those enrollment trends, we can start to forecast in the future if there's any improvement we see on the horizon. And then external factors to funding. State and federal funding stability. Federal funding sources currently appear secure, but this remains an evolving landscape requiring continuous monitoring. And then intergovernmental challenges, obviously between the state and the federal, there's been some conflict, and so that could lead to some other compounding issues there, and a state government that's already expecting to see reduced revenues in and of itself. And then, as I noted before, we are looking at an updated fiscal stabilization plan for the next meeting. So this will be a comprehensive update on what we've done with the plan and then what we see going forward at that point in time. So with that, that is our budget adoption for the Amador County Unified School District. And at this time, I'm available for any questions you have. We will bring this back to the board at the next meeting for the board to formally adopt it as we go forward.
Okay, this time, Peter.
I asked my questions earlier.
Yes, go-
Thank
okay.
you.
Ken?
Okay, so I waited to the end. Just a couple clarification questions at first. The last commenter mentioned that the typical ratio of budget, teacher salaries to budget is 80%, and we're at 72.5%. Was that a correct statement? Is the 80%, it's obviously not a requirement, but is that what the norm is? And we're 8% below that right now?
It is typical. I'd have to see if it's changed at all with, given the state of the.
So again, there's a formula for K-12 districts that's 55%. It doesn't account for all expenditures, but that's that going back to that audit finding of 55% being spent on classroom teachers. When you look at overall expenditures for the district, again, this has to also to do with the interplay between the district and county office. When you send 1.5 million to the county office, this is also how we're structured as a single school district county, where we employ many people on the county office side who provide supports and services to district students, and that's not accounted for in the district budget as salaries and expenditures. It's accounted for as a transfer to the county office. So that also changes the dynamic. We're the only single district school county in the state who also runs its own SELPA. So we don't have an exact like for like anywhere in the state when you look at percentages like that.
So I don't think 150K would make up that 8%.
It's 1.5 million we're sending to the county.
1.5, would that make up that 8%?
Well, again, the 72 and the 80%, that's an informal form. That's not the formal formula. The state requirement is 55% of not all of your expenditures. There's a formula used to figure that out. And I believe last year we were at 53 point something percent, not 55.
And then also, back to the last commenter, on the COLA, we only gave 50% of that money to the teachers. This is just information I'd like to know.
Well,
I mean, COLA is a tricky business, right? Because look at the $200,000 expense for AB 218. STRS and PERS are benefits increase, that there are all these other increases that go up, and the COLA is not, gets, as they say in the business world, eaten by other expenditures that naturally increase over the year and things that balloon on us like AB 218 payments. So it can't always just be dedicated towards salaries.
And so
in and of itself, cost of living adjustment.
And so the cost of living adjustment is also partly a figment. And what I mean by that is we have, it's based on an ADA calculation. So even if our COLA is, let's just say 2%, right? The amount we actually get increasing of the funds we get from the state is not necessarily going to be 2%. Because if our ADA goes down, which we've seen, it actually would be less. And so it's even, so there was a point where in another presentation I did where we looked at that, and it showed that even though the COLA was looking at, I don't remember what it was like 2%, we only received essentially an additional 1 point something percent of actual increased revenue. So even if we were to give a full COLA equivalent, it would be disproportionate in terms of we didn't receive a full 2% growth, if you will. I'm using rough figures. I don't have the exact ones in my mind, but this is just to give context to that particular figure. Even though there is a COLA increase annually, it doesn't mean we actually get that equivalent amount of more money every year.
Yeah, and once again, these questions are to be confrontational.
No, I'm not meaning to. I'm trying to give
Clarification,
context.
I just want to understand.
Yeah.
Okay, third question. You said the step increases for the next 2 years equate to 583,000 in 26, 27, and 590 in 27, 28. Are those just set? How are those numbers determined?
So those are determined by the salary schedules for each of the different bargaining units. And so what happens is every year the employee will move along the schedule.
Okay.
And so just that natural occurrence of them in going to the next step.
So that doesn't assume any increases that they might negotiate?
Correct.
That would be on top of that?
Correct.
Yeah, and Ken, it's a good question because what happens is I know people talk a lot about turnover. We still retain more employees than leave year over year. And so the majority of employees that are retained do go up a step on the salary schedule. Not every single one, it depends on where they're at on the salary schedule. And so there typically is an overall increase outside of giving any sort of raise in overall expenditures because of the employees you retain. And we've also negotiated over the last couple of years doing year-for-year service. So while we do hire some younger employees, we do also hire veteran employees. And if they have 12, 15, 20 years of experience, they will go right there on the salary schedule upon their hiring. And so there's just a natural increase every year that we always just refer to as step and column, but that's what that refers to.
Okay, so we say every year, but that caps at 25 years, correct, of service?
Correct, on the teacher salary schedule and classified, yeah.
All right, and then my last question is about the COP interest. Before we start building any of our buildings or anything, and we're drawing down on that fund, that interest payments coming out of our overall budget, instead of that 15 million, is there any way to structure it so it comes out of that loan we took? Did you follow what I'm saying? Like have that
So
loan
make the
have
payments-
to make that $540,000 interest payment instead of it coming out of our budget.
So that's the difference between paying 1.2 million next year and 500,000 is interest incurred on the loan money will be used this coming year to pay 700,000 of that 1.2 million. And so the 500,000 is it's very the best thing I can equate it to is a home loan amortization. And so when you look at, if you look at the breakdown over a 25 or 30-year home loan, you see each year you make this many payments towards principal and this many payments towards interest. So next year's payment, the 500,000 that is coming out of the general fund is a principal payment on the loan. And the 700,000 is an interest payment on the loan, but it's being paid for with interest incurred since we've had the money.
Right, and so we have the money. I guess what I'm asking is, if we're gonna take, say, 6 million out of that fund, can we take 6.5 million out of that fund to help pay the interest?
So again, that is a conversation we can have for next year. We're doing everything we can in next year's payment to make the general fund obligation as low as possible. That's as low as we can go. We can't use interest incurred to make payment on the principal. We can only use interest incurred to make payments on the interest. I should have said that earlier.
Yeah, I just thought we were using our interest incurred year over year so far just to make the interest payment,
Gotcha.
correct?
Yeah, just to make the interest payment, correct.
All right. I think that makes it clear as mud, but I'll have more questions. Thanks. No more questions.
Okay, Shane?
Regarding the certificate of participation loan, what would be the immediate impact if it was decided that we're going to return that loan? I know it's not an easy question for me to even ask. It's just something in my mind because we still have decisions to be made, and we're looking at is the return on that loan going to be worth it?
I can take that one. So a lot of that is unknown. However, we did come in at a good time when we pulled the loan, so the interest rate is relatively low. Interest rates are higher now. If the decision was made to send that money back, it would become a negotiation that would have to take place with the investors on selling back the loan early. There is a good chance we could come out fairly positive with it because interest rates are currently higher now than they were when we pulled the loan. But as we know, interest rates fluctuate quite a bit. It's also a multi-month process to be able to go through with that. And so again, that could take anywhere from 6 months to a year to be able to send that money back.
Because I was looking at your projection for the next few years, 27, 28, we are borderline not looking good. And so that was just a thought that popped in my head.
Yeah, no, it's a valid question for sure.
There's a term you had in there, absence of anticipated benefits from consolidation is exerting pressure on the budget. And I'm hoping that we'll have an update on our EIR sometime in the next few months. Is that?
Absolutely.
Okay. So one thing that I was thinking on the consolidation, I know we talked about it, and it was, I can't remember exactly where, but it was talked about last year. Some people have even came up to me in the last few months. Instead of consolidation, doing the 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 type of system where you're combining schools and just at least trying to find a way to save money. Have we done any kind of, pencil to paper looking at what that would do to help our budget, if any?
Yes. So my plan is, right now, the EIR is penciled to go out for its second review in July. And so my plan is in July and August, we have conversations not only around the EIR, but just on the makeup of consolidation in general.
Okay.
And one of the things that we will be discussing, that I will bring forward to discuss, is do we look more seriously at that 7, 8, 9 model, 10, 11, 12? Do we move forward with the current consolidation plan, or do we not consolidate? I mean, to be completely frank, I feel that those are our only three viable options. We either go forward with the current plan, we do the 7, 8, 9 at one school, 10, 11, 12 with the other, or we don't consolidate. And so those are discussions that we need to have going into July and August, and honestly, probably beyond that. But we're going to have some pretty in-depth conversations about those as we roll through this summer.
Okay, and sorry if I'm bringing them up prematurely, but.
Well, it's a major part of our expense, right? Because the COP, I mean, it's valid, because this is a huge part of our budget in not just next year, but in the coming years. We have to have these conversations.
And that's what's triggering my questions.
Absolutely.
Is, not only this year, but, we're looking down at the next few years.
Well, yeah, just like Ken's questions about the interest, right? I mean, these are impacting next year's budget. It's not something we just should ignore at this point. We have to talk about it, for better or worse, right? We have to talk about it.
So what I'm hoping is that we have, during those discussions, we have those numbers presented in a way that can be explained to everyone in the county that has interest as far as how our consolidation process will or will not happen. So hopefully that can be put together in some manner so that it can be explained.
It will be.
And then, Robert, I always bring this up, the facilities costs, those aren't going to go down. And so I think it's important to, is there any way that, I know you're trying to look at a crystal ball or a magic 8-ball as far as our facility costs, but is there any way to come up with some type of impact, how that's going to be as we go? I know it's probably going to be more of an estimate, you're looking at depreciation of buildings, but it seems like our maintenance costs keep going up, and as we go on, they're not going to change.
Our facility master plan and our deferred maintenance plan are still a good reference point. But again, when you look at those numbers, it's just, there's a natural increase in cost to all of those things as we roll over year. And so it's not even a minimum, it's a starting point to show that it's the cost needed to fix everything is actually higher than that. But at least it's a good reference point to start with. And then you're gonna add 8 to 12% a year if it goes beyond what was demonstrated in the master plan for increased expenditures.
And so that information, I think, is going to be really important to present to everyone in the county, so they can see, okay, this is what we're facing. This is where we're going to have to base our decisions on. So I just want to stress that's. Yeah. It's really.
And we can put some of that together in those July and August meetings, and I think what's going to end up happening is we'll put something together, and then you'll be like, okay, well, I still don't understand this, and this, and then we can be responsive to that and bring it to another meeting as well. But I think I'm understanding kind of what you're wanting to lay out, and we'll have that probably at that July meeting to kick that off.
And the last thing is, I think it also would be beneficial to figure out, okay, if we do a 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, on how combining those budgets for two different high schools and different junior highs, how that could benefit, our various education programs. I think that's also important. Because I've had people say, well, the school over here, we're afraid our ag program is going to be hit. Well, if you're able to combine it, I would think that that'd be some type of benefit. So I just think that's important also.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. James?
I appreciate that the conversation now is shifting. As where, I could be wrong, but I remember sitting in this chair, listening to people speak, almost that crystal ball that you spoke of, saying similar things may happen, may not happen. I appreciate that it's happening. And the information that Shane has said, the heck is that thing called? That's coming out, that's been coming out for like the last 20 years. Yeah, the EIR. The EIR, I'm excited to see all the information come forward and help us better get a bigger picture so we can plan accordingly. But yeah, sitting here, I just think I just had deja vu actually, like sitting here with people telling us like, yo, slow down, what about this, what about that, whoop de whoop, yada yada. But I appreciate the conversation and thank you for all your hard work, man.
I sit up here every time we do a budget thing and I get irritated with the way the budget actually works here in this in this state, where you can delay payments by a month or maybe longer just to balance the state budget. But here, doesn't matter, guys. Hopefully you have enough cash. If you don't, oh well. Or that they can rescind payments that they've already allocated is also absurd. And also the fact that we fund schools based on attendance, one of only 7 states, by the way, I looked this up, that does this, and instead of enrollment, where we pay to educate students as if they're here every day, but we only get paid if they're here. So anyway, and then I did appreciate all that conversation. I think that what Shane's asking for, I also agree with wanting to have some really comprehensive plans and options when it comes to all this kind of stuff, because as has been stated previously, it's been, this is the plan, this is what we're doing, it's happening, and that's just get over it or don't. And that's not really the way that I plan to run that. So I think having that information is really good. Having all those numbers will be really helpful to see what is it potentially going to cost. I mean, I know you can only get exact to, as much as you can, but a good ballpark estimate of how much each one of those options would cost. What are the savings? And then I also really like the ask of like, what are the proposed benefits, pros and cons of each of these things? Because I think logically doing something is much more important than trying to just rush through something. On that note, also, I think we had some talk about the contractors and contracting out for services that is becoming very costly. And I know that some of these things probably can't be avoided, but I'm hoping that we can really work on maybe, is this a vicious cycle that we're kind of in, where it's we don't have enough people to cover the services that our students need, and then we hire contractors and we're paying them all this money, but then we don't have any money to pay more for people that want to come work for us full time. And so I'm just wondering at what point we have to maybe take a leap and come up with some super creative ways. And I know that's not going to happen for every single position, but to kind of get some of that spending down, because that is, number one, it's really expensive, and number two, it's better if we have some sort of actual stable employee that wants to work here in that aspect. So I think really good questions. And Robert, thank you, your whole team. This is such an undertaking, and I'm like getting cross-eyed looking at it. So I don't know how you do this all day, every day. This is just discussion only, right?
This is just like the LCAP.
Right.
The budget has to come to 2 board meetings for approval, so that's why it's a discussion item only. And I said the same thing with Patty and her team. I want to reiterate that with Robert. I know you already just said this, but again, the heavy lift, especially from Robert on this budget, to get this in order so that the board can have these conversations and understand what's actually going on is critical to moving forward.
Okay. Did you have something to add?
No, I don't have anything in regards to that agenda item, however.
Is the time?
Time.
Okay. Can we get a motion to extend the time? How long do you think?
I do at least an hour. We still have a county meeting.
Okay, let's do an hour for now, until 10:30.
Motion to extend the wonderful time we're spending together by at least 60 minutes.
Aye.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
Also yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we are gonna go ahead and move on to item 15.6. We have ACUSD Health and Welfare Benefits Review Update. Before we move on with that, I do have some public comment cards. So just a quick reminder, each comment is limited to 3 minutes, and we will start with Tracy Hinman.
Thanks for inviting me back. No, seriously, thank you for the opportunity to speak, because the insurance, I mean, it really, it's a concern. You know, it's a worry for so many families, for so many employees, and just the impact that this decision is going to have. I mean, I have a colleague who literally is so overwhelmed, they are not sleeping, trying to figure out how they're going to be able to provide for their family, because with their 3 kids and with this insurance option. And I really want to thank Mr. Norton and his whole staff, because I know you have spent I mean, I don't even know how much, but a ton of time. So I really do appreciate that. It is still, though, like, disappointing, obviously, that we're in this situation. And so I do, again, appreciate the time, because it's not just a knee-jerk decision. Kind of, Ms. Parker, what you were just talking about. Like, how did we get here in the first place? I think maybe was let's just change, and now we wish we hadn't have done that. But it is really difficult for me as an employee to think that the one offer that's on the table, and I know Mr. Norton's gonna talk about all of it, is an option that does not provide our local hospital as an in-network provider. A teacher was telling me her husband, who has a different insurance, a couple years ago, or maybe 3 or 4 years ago, had to get stitches, 2 stitches at the hospital, but it was not in network, and it was $2,000 out of their pocket. That's not an offer of integrity, in my humble opinion. I don't know if a side-by-side has been proposed. I mean, what I know, Newfront is costing the district money, but is the alternative of $1,000 or more that it's going to cost every employee to have insurance? Because it's not the same. It's an increase, and if you take $1,000 per person by 200, 300, 400 employees, that's 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. My vote is I'd rather the district take that than it be on the employees' back. And I know that that's kind of like a lose-lose situation. So my ask is that we do really look at those numbers, and Are we just transferring the million, 2 million to the employees? And I ask that employees be valued. Thank you so much.
Okay, Sargon Youssef. Oh, wait. He left? Okay. Jessica Phillips.
Hello, Amador County School Board. My name is Jessica Phillips, and the 2025 to 2026 school year will mark my 5th year teaching at Iona Elementary. 2 years of that, I was an intern teacher. I was born and raised in Amador County, and I truly love working here. I am speaking today to share a concern about employees having about the upcoming insurance changes. In February, my family welcomed our 2nd child. For the new school year, I planned on job sharing, working 60% so I could spend more time at home and saving on childcare. My husband runs his own business, so I carry the responsibility of our health insurance. Unfortunately, the new insurance rates have left us stunned. With only 2 plan options and rates expected to rise, my take-home pay under the basic CalPERS Gold plan would be around $1,500 a month, with $500 going to daycare. But that plan doesn't include Sutter Amador Emergency, which isn't ideal with 2 small children. If I chose the Platinum plan, which does include Sutter Amador, I'd bring home only $300, still with $500 in daycare, which isn't ideal. If I went back to work full-time, the numbers don't add up. I'd earn more, but I'd also need full-time childcare, costing about $1,500 per month. Under the Gold plan, I'd take home about $2,800, but after daycare, that drops sharply. Under Platinum, I'd be left with nothing after daycare. I understand we're a small district, and I need to be a part of a larger insurance pool and not self-insured, but it feels like we're being penalized for wanting to start families. I love teaching, and I plan to stay until I retire. But with these costs, it's becoming unsustainable. It's not just about me, though. I'm worried this could affect others, too. When the insurance costs are this high, it's not just teachers that feel the strain. New educators, especially those with young families, might hesitate to take a job here, or even skip applying altogether. When I compare this to a part-time job at Starbucks offering better insurance coverage, it's hard not to feel discouraged. Thank you.
Andrea Cruz.
Good evening. Good evening, Superintendent Mr. Critchfield, school board members, and cabinet. Thank you for giving me these 3 minutes to talk about something that is very serious for me and my family. I am a classified employee of 16 years. Both of my children have graduated from Amador County Schools. I have supplied you with 2 pieces of paper. One is my last mortgage statement, and the other is my last pay stub. My current mortgage payment is around $1,485. The second paper is my pay stub, and I did highlight on that paper. As you can see, my take-home pay is around $1,300 a month, when my gross is around $4,200 a month. My contribution to the PPO healthcare plan for my family of 3 is currently around $1,800 a month, which is more than my mortgage. What I see in the future is that my health insurance premiums will increase substantially. I will have less take-home pay, and I will not be able to make the current mortgage payment, which could force me to leave the district for another job or sell my house and move out of the county. I don't want to do either one of those. I've been a widow since 2006, and I have a special needs adult child that I'm a caretaker for. One of the benefits of me working for the school district and having my house in a walking distance from the high school is that I can go home and make breakfast for my son. If I have to go somewhere else and travel out of the county, I won't be able to do that. Mr. Critchfield's recommendation to leave CVT and join New Front was a disastrous decision for this district's finances and for families. The poor decision made by Mr. Critchfield not only is bankrupting our district and families of employees who can least afford it. I want to go on record to suggest that the school district thinks seriously about making 100% contribution to our increased insurance premium starting October 1st, 2025. It is required by law to have health insurance in the United States. How about we prioritize the needs of the families of our employees? As a closing statement, I want to point out that my insurance premiums will be greater than my mortgage. If my take-home pay is $1,300, now how much lower will it go with these new premiums that we are being quoted? At this time, the school district, at one time, I'm adding this. At one time, the school district generated paychecks made to me that were 33 cents. I got 33 cents paycheck for a whole school year. I do not want to go back to that. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Norton?
Thank you, Board. So with this will be a health insurance update with regards to where we are at this point in time. But I'll begin with why we are here. Amador County Unified School District and Office of Ed transitioned to a self-insured insurance model fall of '23. The goal of which was to provide employees with the ability to opt out and then save on insurance expenses overall that could be used to discount premiums in the future. Clearly that model has not come to fruition. And the results have exposed us to increased risk with the self-insured model, with expenses exceeding $1 million in 23-24, and we're looking at roughly $800,000 in 24-25. Ultimately, once claims started coming in, Amador County Unified School District and Office of Ed realized this was not sustainable and began to search toward a transition. That time began, basically at that time began reviewing other vendors to pursue health insurance change for 25-26. So what we have for the overall view is kind of a general update of where we've been since the last board meeting where we really had the discussion on it, the current status of the vendors that we have available to us, and the next steps and things to consider as we look forward. So in terms of a general update, on April 16th, we had looked at our dental and vision, and we looked at utilizing Alliant Insurance Services, and this was approved by the board as our broker of record for dental, vision, and other voluntary employee benefits. One of the perks with working with them is their level of expertise and knowledge with regards to everything health insurance benefits, and have been valuable in providing insights as we've moved forward since then. On May 14th, we had an insurance meeting with Alliant present that was providing details beyond my scope with regards to the proposed vendors we had at the time. At the time, we were looking at CVT, CISC, and CalPERS, where we updated the timeline to what we were looking at. Initially, we were looking at July, and then at that point, we were hopeful for more of a June turnaround, which we'll discuss further as we go toward later. And we had an announcement of a vendor series. The goal of the vendor series was to put the vendors out in front of our employees, great opportunity for them to ask questions, have the vendors themselves tell them all about their product as opposed to us, because we can only say so much. And then also to present survey results of what was most important to our employees with regards to health insurance benefits. All that being said, we had things lined up for the 28th and 29th for the vendor series. And then on May 21st, CVT had reached out and informed us that they are declining to quote. With our high claims and opt-outs, CVT officially declined. And it really left us to really explore other marketplace options that are out there. We still held what was left of the vendor series, so CalPERS did come out and present to our staff and inform them of the plans that we had. And I will note that I was quite impressed by the turnout of our staff. It was nice to see. We did have quite a few folks in person and online who gave their heartfelt opinions, so that was nice to see. So they outlined the coverages. They're available for questions. And then on May 30th, after that presentation, we met again with Alliant. And at this time, Alliant proposed to us potentially taking over as the broker of record for medical. This would be an effective change as of October 1st and allow Alliant to present a Pareto renewal. Pareto is the current captive that we are in that Newfront is basically leading the charge for. Essentially, if we were to move forward with that regards, Alliant would take over for what Newfront is in every aspect for us. Well, our hope with doing so is one thing that we found with Alliant, even in this short time frame of working with them, is their transparency. And so what we then are looking at doing is having Alliant come out on June 18th at the board meeting and be here in person to speak with you guys out up front, so you can learn more about them, ask questions, and provide or hear their take on our current situation. At that time, it will also be a action item for the Broker of Record series if we are interested in moving forward in that regards and moving away from Newfront. This would be an effective October 1st date, so it's not that it would necessarily change anything in terms of what we're paying for Newfront or anything in that regards. It would allow them the ability to present us the renewal for next fiscal year as opposed to getting it from Newfront. It would also give them the ability to try and attract further options for us in the meantime to try and find other alternatives that may be out there. So this is our current vendor status as it sits today. As we were informed, CVT has declined to quote us, so they're at this point not an option. CISC as well, despite Alliant's best efforts, also declined to quote us for the same reason. And so at this time, the only one that's available is CalPERS. They have their large member base, allows CalPERS to take all employees or all employers. So regardless of our claims and high waivers, they would be able to take us and handle us in that regards. Sorry, bear with me one second. But as even was discussed today, we have concerns with that approach. They have very limited choices in terms of what's available for us. There are only two that would be available to most in the county. CalPERS is unique in the sense that they offer different plans based on where you live. And so we have two segments of our county in Ione and Plymouth that may actually have alternatives with like one more additional option. But if folks live out of our county, they may have even more than that. Actually, more likely the closer you get to Sacramento, the more options you're going to have. That may present more affordable things, but we are not there. In addition, this would also incur okay, I'm sorry, I'm going to jump back here. So with those plan options too, and was presented actually just a minute ago, the CalPERS Gold plan is not an in-network plan at our local Sutter Amador. So that could lead to impacts for folks as well. So this is another reason why we would have concerns. The only one that is in-network is the CalPERS Platinum. It is a more premium plan. So in that sense, the costs are higher. And so that would be hard for some of our folks to incur. It does also incur an OPEB liability. We've had a very brief discussion on this, but essentially it's a cost on an annual basis that we would provide toward retirees that we don't currently provide. So it would start out small, so there'd be a short-term hit to the district of $1 per person per month. So it'd be very minimal and allows for a transition period. It grows by 5% of the PEMCA minimum per year. The PEMCA minimum is essentially the minimum contribution the district would have to make toward a retiree, which I believe right now is $158 a month. So it would be an annual impact of $1,896 a year. At roughly 30 retirees taking insurance, it's about $56,880 in 20 years. So at that time too, I'd expect that number to grow. But it would grow up to that point at 5% a year over the next 20 years. So that would be something we don't have currently that would be added to it. There are some respects it could be a nice benefit for folks, but obviously at this point there are downsides to it as well. It becomes a liability on our books. That liability is decent because what it also takes is an actuarial accounting of what that cost is over the lifetime of that individual. So it takes into account how long is that person going to live, how many years are you going to pay it, and that liability then lives on your books as well. So it also inflates that particular figure. Rates at this point for CalPERS, we know them for 2025. That is going to be 3 months of the plan. So we would switch October 1st if we were to go with them. We would know what the rates are from October 1st to December 31st. As of January 1, it would switch to their 2026 rates. Those are set to come out in mid-June. In terms of a preliminary status, they would not become official until July. If we were to pursue CalPERS, other things to keep in mind, if we were to go to CalPERS and decide we wanted to change after the fact, there'd be a 5-year lockout period. Not that we'd be locked in, but that we could never come back for the next, well, not never, but we couldn't come back for the next 5 years. So it's basically one of those things that would be there. If retirees were to join CalPERS, love CalPERS because there's a lot of Medi-Cal rates that are really nice. They would have to leave again as well if we left. So if we decided to go for a year and then leave, then they would have to go with us. And so they would then lose all those options and coverages that they might like. And in conversations that we've had with staff at the meetings that we've had regarding health insurance and CalPERS, it seems pretty apparent that they would continue to opt out. And so we would actually see an influx in that, which the resulting impact of that is if we were ever to look at a CVT or CISC, having the increased opt-outs makes us look even worse to them. The odds that they would ever be willing to quote us would be very minimal. So there's some downsides there. So really the benefit of going with CalPERS is we join an insurance pool. We know what our budget is annually. And so that would be the plus side outside of all the other negatives. So with that, we are looking at marketplace options. So those are options that Alliant is really helping pursue. We have nothing on pen and paper yet to present those, so that's why I really can't talk more about them than that. But they could be a fundamentally different structure than anything we've seen here currently. What I mean by that is it could be based on your age. And so if you are younger, you'll have a lower rate than somebody who is older. I don't know if that's necessarily a road we want to go down, but that could be an option we have presented to us. They may have a structure that changes the foundation of our health insurance cap in terms of, again, at different folks, because your insurance would cost you more, you would get a higher percentage of the cap for it, but the lower percentage. That would be a negotiation function that we would also have to incur with the different bargaining units. And I don't know if functionally we could turn anything like that around, nor could I say that the different units would want to pursue that. So we have nothing there that I know of for sure that is a viable option at this second, but I'm remaining to wait to see what is presented because as I've described what I know, there could be other options out there that I don't know. And then renewal. So one thing that by having Alliant switch to our broker of record could present them the opportunity to present the renewal as opposed to Newfront. I think they would do a much better job of at least breaking down the cost for us so we could see what this might provide. The negatives here is, again, we're still self-insured, most likely. And with that, cost control, we don't know what that would look like. Currently, the way we see it is we are exposed to anybody's claims that are out there. So if we have a series of folks who get severe illnesses, injuries, whatever, I mean, whereas, yeah, our cost was $800,000 and $1 million, it could be worse. It could be better. It could be that we have a great years and we have savings and we're able to apply those to premiums. But we do have more cost control and flexibility. So of all these options on here, I have to say there's not one that clearly identifies that it is the best option. But this is where we are at this moment in terms of the options that are available to us. The renewal does allow us for more flexibility, like I said. So as we described today, there are 2 plan options with CalPERS. We could have more, that wider ranging. One also negative about CalPERS is with CBT, you had a much lower baseline option. With CalPERS, you don't really have that. Everything is somewhat premium. So there are some higher costs there. Oh, should be one more slide, it's not going. So things to consider and next steps. Obviously, short-term considerations of the district finances overall. A very real thing, as we just kind of discussed here too, is recruitment retention. Obviously, with increased costs, it's harder to have folks stay or want to come in. Transition fatigue. We've changed or had the prospect of changing now over the last few years, and it has caused a lot of confusion for our staff. And not knowing what that looks like each month is hard for everybody. Long-term considerations, if we were to pursue a CalPERS route, there's the OPEB liability. In the grand scheme on an annual basis, it's not impossible that we could handle that, but it does linger out there as a potential negative. Sustainability, if we continue down our self-insurance route, there's a lot of unknown, what that looks like. And so the next steps in timeline, I really think having the conversation with Alliant here would help, regardless of whether we decide to go with them or not. So they will be on the agenda next week, and they're planning to be here. I am very curious to see what options come out of the marketplace options, and also to see what the renewal options look like. Alliant believes too that there could be more opportunities for cost control, which might help things with a renewal potential option. And so my hope is for a timeline is June 18th, we have our conversation with them. We look at July, getting our rates available so we can present them to the staff as much as possible, communicate it as much as we can so that everybody's in the know. And then for that July 23rd board meeting is our ultimate decision of what we are going to do. We are kind of at a crux to where that has to be our timeline of decision, just for the sheer fact that to turn around an open enrollment with a change, if let's just say we go with CalPERS, we would need basically that full month of July to do so as much as possible. Obviously, that would only leave us about a week left in July, but we would need as much time as possible to do so. So keeping with a renewal, there is still some changes that need to take place, but also to get the word out for folks, get all the renewal pieces set up. And if it's a marketplace thing too, I'm sure they're gonna need X amount of time to transition. So with all that being said, I'm sure there are plenty of questions, but I'm available for questions as you have at this time.
Okay, Peter.
Again, thank you for your immense amount of work, and I appreciate that you praised the employees who chose to be invested and spent their time trying to understand and offer their opinions too. Is the OPEB liability mandatory if we go with CalPERS? There's no choice on that one.
Correct. It is a mandatory piece. They have the PEMCA minimum, which I actually wrote down what that stands for, but essentially it's a contribution requirement that we would have to provide to all staff. However, our current contribution that we have for our employer health cap is above it. So for our current staff, there would be no change. It really comes into play with regards to retirees and retirees only.
Okay, my secondary question, and I hope this does not offend anyone if this is ridiculously optimistic. Myself, as a career school teacher, was paying for the top premium, plan that was available from Antique Unified, and about $1,600 a month was coming out of my check. We finally kind of did some math together and realized that if we went with the high deductible plan, where if I use it, I have to spend, up to $2,500 out of pocket, but I'm only having, instead of $1,600 out of my check, only about $400 is coming out of my check. Do we currently offer anything that allows employees to have less deducted up front with high deductible offerings, or no, that's not really a feature of any of these plans?
We have different plan options, so they are wide ranging currently. In a bronze plan, we do have a high deductible health plan. And so someone could engage in a HSA if they wanted to with that as well. But there are wide ranges for folks to be able to choose what plan level they want.
Currently. But if we switch to, forgive me, if we switch to CalPERS, not so much. You're not offering anything like that?
So CalPERS does have 2 plans that are offered in our area. Again, it's dependent upon the location.
Right.
Our Jackson is very limited, and so then our county is pretty limited.
Thank you.
Ken?
So if we do go with CalPERS, which it sounds like that's kind of our last, we don't want to, this 5-year lockout period, is that if we leave them in the first couple of years, or is that if we leave them in 8 years, we're locked out for 5 years? And
Correct. So it's whenever. So if you leave at any point, they lock you out for 5 years. It's kind of like you don't want to leave us. And they make it very difficult for you to want to leave because they're going to really rally up your troops to keep you there, more so your retirees. But again, it's a small percentage.
So Alliance going to come next week and give us a presentation on how bad our coverage has been, and then give us options moving forward, or are they going to talk to us about these cost controls, or what is the point of them coming?
Sure.
And obviously, we want to change our broker. That seems...
If nothing else, that's a good reason for them to come. Because this will present to them, like this is as the broker of record, which we would be having as an action item at that time, we could move away from Newfront. Now, obviously, that would give them 90 plus days to figure it out. But it gives them the opportunity to go out on our behalf using that, hey, we are the broker of record as of October 1, gives them more ability to negotiate on our behalf to marketplace options, work with Pareto. They already have a relationship with Pareto, so this could start down that path and present a renewal to us.
So tell me who Pareto is. Is that what we're currently in?
Yeah, Pareto is a health insurance captive. So they basically pull a bunch of different self-insured folks and kind of put them all together to allow them the ability to offer self-insured health insurance. They will have a better definition of what that is, so I would encourage you to ask them that very same question.
I will. But Alliance supposedly has some cost options that could help us save money in that captive that Newfront never brought to our attention?
Either that or they'll just make us aware of it. I think, I don't know what kind of cost controls they can put out there for us, so I can't speak to that. They may just be wanting to look at our renewal and find ways how they can navigate it. I don't know. So again, that's a better question for them than myself.
So like Peter mentioned, I do appreciate all the work that's going into this, because I think if we end up going with CalPERS, we're going to lose teachers. That seems very evident from the people that spoke tonight, because you hear one person speak of something that's affecting hundreds more probably in the same way. So I appreciate us just not settling with CalPERS and saying this is it. We need to find a better solution.
Yeah, the more we learned about CalPERS, the more we were looking in other directions. This started early down the path, but they were still an option that allowed for opt-outs at the time. So we wanted to keep them on the table more as a referendum for our staff to really kind of determine how important is opting out versus health insurance overall. Never expected CVT to not be there. Along the whole process, CVT was offering as what I would call it buying questions, to where like, hey, we're willing to grandfather your opt-outs in, which is something they had never even been willing to discuss with us before. So it sounds like, hey, they really want us back. Then in addition, they were talking about new plan options. Something that I'd not heard of before was an employee plus child. So if you are that single parent with a few different children, this offers you a new rate where you could potentially even save on what you were currently paying before. It's in between like an employee by yourself and an employee plus one adult. And so it hit that second tier, which was a way more affordable option for a lot of folks, and I thought would have been a nice addition. So as we were going on the process, it really seemed like they were lining up to be the best choice. However, I will note that we've heard from other folks that their rates did go up anywhere from 24 to 28% this year. I can't confirm that. I just have heard from other folks. But if that's true, it means we would have been experiencing some cost increase most likely as well. I mean, I think regardless of whatever direction we go, we're going to be seeing some increases just to the nature of health insurance right now as it is out there.
So then did I hear correctly that these rates, which we already can't stand, are good for 2 months and then they're going to go up more?
They're good for 3 months, but yes, they most likely will. I mean, I can't speak to that absolutely, but CalPERS, I don't know them to send rates down. So they would change as of January 1st.
Well, it sounds like if we commit to them in October, we're stuck with them, or else we get penalized. So there's really no reason for them to do anything except raise rates in January.
And CalPERS is CalPERS is CalPERS. We are an ant on an aircraft carrier. I mean, we are nothing in their eyes. So we are just joining their ship, and that's it.
Okay, so worst case scenario, CalPERS is our only option.
Worst case scenario, CalPERS is our only option.
And what if that isn't a real option for us?
We are still looking, and that's the best we can do at this point. The problem is we run into the roadblocks like we've seen. We are getting denied, and people just don't want us. And so that's where self-insurance is something we're looking at. As much as I never wanted to even consider going back down that route, it has become something that might be more of an option because the CalPERS may not be one.
So here's my question. We're self-insured. I'm very familiar with self-insured plans. Was it 3 to 5 people that really caused this increase of, $1 million in excess?
There were.
How many people in our group caused that increase?
Yeah, we actually had a series of unfortunate events that first year, especially. We had a lot of people do knee replacements, which is in of itself its own thing. But so there was quite a few people that first year, especially. I couldn't tell you about this current year how it's what the range of people is, but our high claims, especially in year one, was significant. So our claims data is improving. So that would lead me to believe that we have had less high claims this year. So whether it's going to stay that way, I don't know.
So maybe I've missed it. What are we anticipating for this year being our excess payment?
$800,000 right now.
And the first year, 23-24, was $1 million?
It was in excess of, but yeah, roughly.
All right.
Okay, Shane?
This is a very sore subject with me. I'm very frustrated that I know we've lost teachers, good teachers, because of this, and I see it's going to get worse. We're talking about consolidation and how we're going to do that. If we don't have teachers, we might as well forget about consolidation. There's not going to be anyone here to teach, and I just very, very frustrating. We've got to come up with a plan. We can't put this on our teachers. Best we can. I'm not saying we need to promise something, but it's a shame that we're in this predicament, and I would like to know. Is there any data as far as what on the claims, what impact cancer had on the amount of claims? Given my wife's medical history, we've done a lot of research, and I believe Amador County is one of the highest rated counties in California for cancer rates.
It is.
So that's just something that back of my mind is wondering what impact that has. I just hope that we can get some good news when we have this presentation next week, because I've received calls from people that basically in tears thinking they're not going to stay, and we got to find a way.
Yeah, and I don't know what they're going to have in terms of options next week, just to give that clearance. I think they're still working on gathering those right now. I know they're actively pursuing them, but they at least could have some ideas on telling you more about the structure, what they might look like, which I think will be a benefit. I know one of the other things they talked about is a fully insured model. Now, those rates do tend to be higher. That's the only problem. But they are protective of you're not you're not self-insured anymore. They're basically covering you. You pay just a flat premium, but everybody's premium could be different. And so it does cause other issues there too. So
we were in I guess we were in like a self-insured group. Is that what you said?
We are in a self-insured group, yes.
And I would just think we're not like the only county in California or only district in California that we're small And, you know, I mean, a lot of places are probably facing this. I'm just hoping that we can come up with something, because this is, I think this is going to harm our district tremendously.
Okay, James?
I said the last time we spoke about this, the same, similar to what Shana said, that we definitely need to figure this out. I know a lot of work's been happening in the shadows and in the background. I'm not going to pretend like I know. I'm not going to pretend like I know anything about insurance. I've been spoiled being with TRICARE and active duty medical care and the VA. So I'm not going to pretend like I know this. But I do know that we are here, and I hope that we can not spill the burden on our teachers, because we can't retain them, we can't keep them, we can't get them. I know many people look at insurance and benefits as a big situation with their moving to counties or new places, new jobs, et cetera. So I just hope we can figure this out. Thanks.
This is rough. I think a common theme that we've kind of revisited here a couple of different times tonight has been through somewhat, I don't want to say forced decisions, but almost to an extent where it's brought in last minute. Here's this. Nope, no change. It's going to be fine. Ask the question, are you sure? Nothing's going to change. Nope, it's all going to be fine. It's going to be fine. And it is clearly not fine. Without all the information being given as well, and I'm done doing that. I think that Jared and the cabinet so far have been good, in my opinion, about really moving away from the kind of cram it through style of board stuff going on right now. And so I do appreciate that, but I guess that when I don't want to create more work for people, but when we bring presentations forward for, especially for this, because I do share the same sentiment as Shane and James at this point about this, I've also been contacted multiple times by employees that are literally freaking out, and I get it. And so that when we bring these presentations forward, that we as the board at least can hear a similar presentation to what's being presented to our employees, because the information that we get a lot of times is not the same information that is being presented elsewhere. And so I really want to make sure that we are getting kind of like, hey, are our employees gonna be able to use the hospital here? Or is that like not a thing? Or is there any doctor in the area? Which, I mean, that's already a hard thing anyway. Even if you have a plan that covers doctors, there's no doctors around. So to even have a plan that covers the ones that are here would be like, fabulous. I do like that it seems like there's some sort of like creative option, this marketplace. I don't know what that even is. I also have been spoiled that my husband has insurance, and so I don't get into this that much. However, this is a big deal for so many of our employees. And so going forward, just in the presentation, I know you said that next week it's probably not going to be super in-depth, but when we do have those options that are being presented on the table, like what's actually being offered, what local providers are in network, how much more is it going to cost, those kind of things, just so that when we are making a decision, which impacts literally everyone in our district, that we can make one that's at the bare minimum well informed. So that's kind of where I stand on that. So, but again, thank you for that. I know that you've probably also lost sleep over this, Robert. I feel like you've become a health insurance expert on top of CBO. So that's where I'm at with that.
Yeah, and we do try to provide additional information on our website. As we have things, we've been updating it there. I did include links in the agenda item. So yeah, and we learned about the hospital thing along this process, and so between board meetings is where we got it, and so we brought it here once we had it.
Okay, we are going to go ahead and move on to item 16, board policy updates. Number 1, we have the global adoption of board policies, the 7,000 series facilities.
So this was brought forward last board meeting. Again, this is our sequence of global adoptions, as has been discussed at prior meetings, of getting us back on track with our 500-plus board policies being out of date. And so these were brought forward for a first reading. I know it's like a little bit like getting the cobwebs out, right? Our last board meeting was actually more than a month ago. So it's just, and a lot has happened between then. And so again, there's no other presentation, but if there's any questions, we are presenting 16.1 for approval, and then 16.2 is discussion only. So this is a focus on 16.1A with the 7,000 series.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions or comments on these board policy updates? Peter?
I confess, with all the budget excitement, I have not managed to peruse this. So just curious whether the 7,000 series requires or contains any kind of ed spec or ed specifications on what's required to meet our facility requirements, or it's strictly focused on the items that are listed briefly there on page 2, things like, bonds and financing and engineering and things like that.
Yeah, it runs the gamut of all of those things. A lot of what it comes out of facilities points you back to ed code or state requirements, because, DSA, a lot of people misunderstand like facilities requirements. Most facilities requirements only change upon new construction. And so when you have facilities like we do that are quite old, the majority of them, you are grandfathered in what you're providing. And so as there are updates to building codes, to capacity requirements and all that, those are only placed on new construction typically, not on your current buildings.
Okay, so if I'm hearing you correctly, it covers all that stuff, but there isn't anywhere in the document that states for our current existing buildings any kind of capacity requirements. That's just not a thing.
So the state has loading requirements that they put out on a yearly basis when they look at square footage. So that there's state loading requirements.
Because we've had at previous board meetings, various teachers complain about not having sufficient space.
Yeah, and again, there's things like with science labs where Cal OSHA gets involved, and you have, other types of facilities where there may be other requirements, but it's very situational.
Okay, thank you.
Ken?
No questions.
Shane? James?
No questions.
I don't have any questions either, so we would just need a motion for these policy updates.
Make the motion that we approve item 16.1-A, the 7,000 series facilities.
Second.
And then the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Item 2 is the first reading of board policies, discussion only.
Yeah, so again, cabinet members available as well to answer questions. This is our last set for the global adoption. So again, tonight is a first reading. We will bring these back next week for approval, and then we will transition to a new routine of the quarterly updates to board policies that we will then be providing, and they won't be such a massive amount of board policies coming to you all at once.
Okay, so does anybody have any questions or comments on this, or we can read them and ask them next week? This is the first reading. This discussion only anyway.
It is.
Peter, anything? No? Okay. With that, we will go into board reports. Mr. Critchfield?
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge, it was pretty obvious based on a lot of the conversations tonight, this was a pretty heavy board meeting. I don't know if most people consider most board meetings uplifting, right? But we talked about a lot of heavy items, and I just want to acknowledge that. I also want to acknowledge that I appreciate the fact that in my time in this first year as interim superintendent, our public comments have been respectful. I don't expect people to agree with me. I also expect people to be upset with me sometimes, and I know that. It comes with the territory. That has not always been the case at our board meetings, where we have had public comments that I would not deem to be respectful. And so I, again, appreciate the public here. I appreciate our community, and do not expect there to be agreeance or anyone to just have to go with what I say. I get that. It comes with the territory. But I just would ask that people continue to be respectful as they have been, because we can just have dialogue. I understand when people get frustrated when they want more information. And as concise as I can possibly be, sometimes we just simply can't give it. And I understand that irritates people and that frustrates people and they're not happy about that. But that's just a reality of what we deal with sometimes in situations. And yes, people will use the word, well, then you're not being transparent. Again, they can use that and they can say that, but simply stated, there are times we cannot say things and we won't. And that may not always be popular. And I just want to put that out there. I want to transition to some celebrations. Last week was a very celebratory week. We had graduations and promotions. I was able to attend the majority of them. I want to highlight a couple of things. First, these are productions. Like the amount of planning for graduations, I mean, they typically start in like January, February when it comes to ordering, staging, and just everything. And there are so many people that contribute to graduation that aren't seen, that aren't on the stage, whether it be sound, classified employees, our secretarial staff that's making sure every diploma is organized. I mean, there's an immense amount of work behind the scenes. I just want to acknowledge that and thank our staff for pulling off all those graduations and promotions. And also as a highlight, I want to commend Mr. Medlin and Mrs. Griffin for splitting our alternative education graduation. That's the first time I've seen that in my time. Normally we lumped adult education in with our youth, and I thought it was very wise to do what they did. And they had our alternative education graduation for our community school, North Star, and Independence High students, and then a separate ceremony for our adult education students. I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed the adult education graduation and the statements that they had each graduate give. When you have a small enough graduating class, you can do that and not be there all night. And I thought that was very impactful. So I just want to highlight that as well. I also want to thank our MTSS leadership team that comprises our principals and a lead teacher from every campus, and Sadie and Patty for leading that work. They were here all day Monday and Tuesday. The school year was not over for them, as they are working on many of our initiatives to improve teaching and learning in our district. I got to spend some time with them Monday morning to talk about our key initiatives and things we're focused on, and that group means a lot to me and all the work that they have done and will continue to do. I also want to do a quick thank you to my kindergarten teacher at Jackson Elementary, Joanna Reeves. I was a little nervous when Jenny came up here with the pencil test and my tall guy was in the right spot. I just want to say that naturally. So she must have did something right when I was 5 years old on how I hold a pencil. I don't do a lot of other things right, but I at least know I now hold a pencil correctly. And just want to thank all of our staff for everything they did for this school year, and hope everybody has an enjoyable summer break.
Okay, thank you. Peter?
Okay, I'll try to be brief as we have spent so much wonderful time together, but my heart truly is full with gratitude at how we strive to celebrate people. Amen to everything about the adult program. I loved the DJ. I thought that was legit. I think we should do that at every campus. I deeply appreciated the statements, either written by the students or by the adults. I don't know if this is feasible or not, given the nature of graduation versus certificate of completion, whatever, but I think there's an opportunity there to perhaps even include adult transition students as part of the adult ceremony thing when they've completed their full program and they're going to be leaving us for other programs. I think that might be a fun inclusion if possible. The numbers might be small, but just a thought. When it comes to the privilege of shaking hands with people and hearing their names and telling them how proud we are of them, that's a powerful thing. And I apologize to any student who has to look at me with their picture with them and their graduation photo, but I do think that that's a pretty amazing opportunity. And I love that Argonaut chooses to have each of us shake every person's hand. That's pretty great. And I know, Mr. Critchfield, you don't like to brag about your own daughter, Because, you know, I've known you a long time and I had no idea that she was valedictorian, but her speech definitely hit the target, that we can try to find joy even when things are hard. Absolutely respect that. And so it is a privilege to serve. I'm grateful for that part of the job and hope that we can continue to not bury our heads in the sand when, you know, we have so many serious issues that we talked about today and whatnot that we do have to figure out. But I'm grateful that we take time to acknowledge the good.
Thank you. Ken?
So I would just build on Jared and Peter's comments. It was immensely gratifying to attend both high school graduations. And the Ione Junior High was great. I mean, I went back to Ione Junior High. I graduated 8th grade from Ione. I see the kids get up there speaking. In 8th grade, I was a speaker. It was just this whole, wow, full circle kind of thing. And then the first graduation I attended was the independence and adult education in the community school. And the thing that struck me the most out of the whole week was that a lot of us come to take for granted that, oh yeah, we just graduated high school, no big deal, it's just what you do. There were 40-year-old people that graduated or got their diploma, and they were crying. And we just need to realize how much these diplomas and what we're doing for these kids and what we're trying to do for them all really mean in the big picture. Because yeah, when I graduated high school, no big deal, that's what I did. Now I'm gonna go on to college. Well, those were opportunities I had that not everybody has. And these people to go out and basically, you know, maybe even raise a complete family, come back and it means that much to them, just really tells you how important education is and how we just have to strive to make it the best we can here in this county.
Thank you. Shane?
Following everyone's same line, just want to congratulate all our graduates and people that promoted from junior high. The highlight for me was at the adult education, seeing the older folks that stuck with it, and what that reminded me was a line from one of my favorite movies, endeavor to persevere. And when you see people around my age or maybe older sticking with it, I really think that that's something that to hold on to, and just really proud of all of them, but those individuals especially. And I hope everyone has a good summer.
James?
Similarly, I love graduation season. Quickly, there's a point. I was adopted 12 years old by a Polynesian family, and they took me into their home, and yes, I speak the language, I know the culture, and to be a part of these graduations all these years that I've been on the board, to see the culture embraced with all the lays and all the representation of these students up here, adults and high school, is amazing. I really love and appreciate graduation season a lot. I, too, love the adult ed because that was me. I didn't graduate high school. When I joined the military, I was fortunate to have college credits. And my skipper came to me and said, hey man, you ain't deploying unless you got your GED. And I said, well, where the heck do I go get my GED? He said, go to the other base, they got an adult ed GED program. So I love the adult ed program and their graduation because it hits home to me. Most of my high school credits were from a facility in Santa Clara County that housed juveniles that were not quite the best for society. Graduating is a big thing, and I love it very much. Congratulations to everybody.
I don't really have a story to follow that. I graduated from Amador High School, but I do also share the sentiment that I really did enjoy the adult ed. I think it's really cool to give those personal statements and seeing those people up there, just getting it done after having kids, any trials, tribulations, hardships. That was really cool. I also really still love watching the 8th grade promotion. I like at Jackson Junior High School. I finally got to go there this year. I love the Order of the Jag. I think that it gives an opportunity for kids who they don't have to be academically great to get one. And I really like that because not everybody is an academic. And that's fine. I also like at the high schools, there was a girl at Argonaut that was crying, and I was like, that is what it's about. There are some kids that are the overachievers and they make it and they get all their cords and they get their pins and they get all the stuff, but there's the ones that they just barely made it, but they did it, and that is really a cool thing to be a part of. So with that being said, enjoy your summer. Our next meeting is to take place here just next week on Wednesday, June 18th for the same time, 5:30 for closed session, open sessions at 6:30, and we are adjourned. Okay, that's it.
What's that? Oh, yeah, no worries. Yeah, we're both overdosing.
I'll just blame it on her. She's going, so I'll go.
You and I have talked about that. Well, not EIR, but just in general, getting together on a monthly basis. 'Cause I'm very upset that we had commented at the graduation last week. It had to involve our lawyers, and we had to pay to generate that letter. Seems like such a waste of money. And I understand all the different sides of it, but all those last was how do we do this? But that's just I think we all see it. Yeah. So, and then, I won't need to call it. This lady that mentioned the peanut allergy. How can we really address that? Because she because my son has a peanut allergy. And it gets close to your face. No, but if you can touch like Tucker's lips with it.
All board members are present. Are there any deletions or corrections to the agenda?
There are not.
Okay, really quickly before we get started, need a motion to extend the time. We're gonna go for 30 minutes and let's, be concise.
I make a motion, we extend the meeting for yet another 30 minutes.
Second.
Okay, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, we don't have any presentations or recognitions, and I don't see any of our employee organizations here. We do not have any speaker cards for public comment on agenda items, so we will move on to the consent agenda. Does anybody have any questions or comments about consent?
No.
Okay, then we would just need to get a motion.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay. We are gonna move on to our moving on to item 9, we don't have any communications. And then item 10, action items, we have Sammy's circuit proposal. Ms. Horn and Ms. DeWalt.
Okay, Ms. DeWalt's coming up. We're going to bring before you a proposal to continue with a program and activity that we have been using in the elementary schools. I believe we're on year 2. Yep. So Jenny's going to explain a little more.
So Sammy Circuit was originally paid for out of our Cal Hope grant. That grant has expired. And so looking at our strategic plan, there are 2 identified areas that really impact child development. The first one is aligning state preschool with elementary schools, and the other one is aligning ELOP with elementary activities through MTSS. And so this is a wonderful opportunity to be able to utilize some ELOP funds that can't be used for anything other than ELOP, except for we found kind of a loophole in that Sammy Circuit charges per site. And so once we pay per site for ELOP, the entire rest of the school can utilize just like ELOP for the exact same cost of money. And so to save money in the long run, you'll see a 3-year contract. And I'm sorry, it's now way past my bedtime, so I can't remember the exact dollar amount.
$81,000, Jenny.
$81,000. But that does cover 3 years. It covers all 3 elementary schools. It has weekly virtual activities that each class can participate in, whether it's during the regular school day or ELOP. It also gives an opportunity for in-person, for Sammy Circuit to come to each school in person every year and do some really fun activities with all of the kids. It is part of our social emotional side of the MTSS pyramid. So when you look at the LCAP that Patty was talking about, that goal 2, supporting the social emotional sides of things, is really important. Maybe all the years I spent as a special ed teacher, if we can't get kids regulated and in kind of the right space to learn, everything we do academically doesn't really matter if they aren't in a place to actually take it in. So Sammy Circuit is a great opportunity because you can do it whole class, or you can pull smaller groups of kids and do some more targeted social emotional support with them. And we've gotten really great feedback from the kids that have participated the last 2 years. Also going back to Mr. Critchfield's mantra about continuity and having consistency, approving this contract for 3 years gives our teachers an opportunity to know that they have it again next year, which will be year 3, but then also for the next 3 years, so nobody has to guess at what they're doing year after year.
Okay. Any questions or comments, Peter?
Yes, I took the time to visit sammycircuit.com, and he's a very lively fellow and certainly has some social emotional value. I'm impressed. I want to get up and exercise with him. He's got some good stuff. So I'm assuming that the 18 quantity is because of the 3-year contract, so coming to each school site once, each elementary school once per year.
Correct.
Have we experienced a visit yet by Sammy? Is it totally worth that?
I can take that one.
Go ahead.
We had him, he has visited all 6 of our schools twice, so once each year for the last 2 years. And I highly encourage board members to be there on.
So you're going to send us an invite?
Absolutely.
To Sammy Circuit Day.
So just imagine your YouTube hero drives up and gets out of his big badged truck and starts setting up a circuit in the MP room. The kids just absolutely go crazy. On top of all of that, he's actually authored a few children's books. So sometimes when there's extra time in his schedule, specifically in small schools, like certain upcountry schools, he'll go visit classrooms and read his book to the class, sit down and read with them. So it's not just the exercise and the good positive self-talk. He'll come and actually present the book to them.
Very cool. Thank you.
Ken?
I was going to have the same question, so no questions.
Okay. Shane?
No questions.
James?
No questions.
I don't have any questions. This seems cool, and I'm glad we can find a good way to use ELOP funds to do this.
Oh, I do have a question, my bad.
Fiscal implications? Just kidding, Ken.
Is there 81,000 in our budget? I didn't hear what you said.
It's in, oh.
Oh, it comes out of Fund 12, the ELOP funds, which are separate from LCAP or the general fund.
And in particularly, this is a revenue generating segment, which this particular piece is coming out of. So it's one of the rare profit loss departments we actually have. So it's, it's covered in Fund 12.
It's kind of a self-fund, this fund is kind of self-funding because it's the parent pay portion of our ELOP.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Shane? James? No. Okay, I don't either. So with that, we would just need a motion for Sammy Circuit.
Motion that we approve item 10.1, the Sammy Circuit proposal.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes.
Thank you.
Can't wait to see Sammy. Okay. We're gonna move on to item 11, the board policy updates. Item 1, global adoption of board policies.
Yeah, so hopefully we can get through these quickly because these are companion items. So this is the 7,000 series, a copy of what we saw on the district side and recommend approval.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions about this one?
No.
No.
No? Okay, I don't either, so we would just need a motion.
Move to approve item 11.1 board policy updates, 7,000 series, 1.A.
Sure.
Second.
And the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
And I'm also a yes. Item 11.2 is just the first reading of board policies for students and instruction. It's discussion only.
And companion to the district meeting as well.
Any further questions on this or discussion? No? Okay. So we're going to move on to our item 12 discussion items. Number 1 is the public hearing for the 2025-26 local control accountability plan. So we will open a public hearing. And then I do not have any public comments unless anyone else wants to step up. Okay, then I'm going to close the public hearing. And it was successful. Item 2, the LCAP first reading with Ms. Horn.
Here's the best part about being a single. It's all the same.
Okay, any further questions for Mrs. Horn? Okay, perfect. Oh, you're bringing it up. Read it? No? Okay, great. We're going to move on to 12 3.3, the 2025 third interim budget revisions and reports.
Thank you, Board. Well, this is a companion item to the district side, but this is the third interim for the Amador County Office of Education. Similar pieces here for the time period for it. In terms of revenue components, we see 3.1 coming in the LCFF revenue, 1.2 federal, 4.7 other state, 2.5 other local. Revenue revisions from the second interim. The LCFF revenue increase, this slight increase is due to recalculation of the LCFF calculator, so it was a slight positive adjustment. Federal sources did get reduced, same reason as on the district side that we saw. Again, this had to do more so with once we get the allocation amounts in from the Fed. Other state revenue sources increased slightly due to a STRS on behalf update. This is a negligible increase, and the reason I say that is our STRS allocations that we give to teachers, there is a segment that we never receive in cash revenue. We literally have it as a journal entry in our system. It is a matching entry of revenue and expenditures. Essentially, that form of revenue just goes right from the state to STRS, and so it's a accounting line increase. So we'll see a corresponding increase on the other end of it too. Other local revenue increased by $164,000. This is due to an additional interest received and actually Medi-Cal reimbursements received. So we continued to see an increase on that side of things, which is nice. Overall revenue increased from second interim by $165,000 for this time. Operating expenditure components, we see 3.1 to certificated, 2.4 million to classified, 2.5 to employee benefits, 367,000 to books and supplies, operating expenditures at 5 million, capital outlay at 87,000, and other outgo at 196. Combined salaries and benefits here is just kind of shows you again the employee and benefits versus the other house. This is where you really see the stark difference with contractors and the impact of such. And so here we have the comparisons to second interim in this. So on the salary side, we do see minor adjustments. This was due to non-positional pay increases that we had come in. The benefits side comes with that STRS on behalf adjustment that was noted before. Books and supplies overall had minor adjustments with just slight increases at different departments. Operating expenditures increased due to contracted services. Again, we saw another influx here, which led to increases. Capital outlay had no change. We bought a van earlier this year, so that's it. Other outgo was reduced by 108K. This was decreased support provided to the unified side. So ironically, this year we had it programmed. The county was providing the district support, so we've taken that out. For the reserve requirement, we are budgeted right now to hit for this year. We're going to have 4.96% as it sits today. Our minimum requirement for the county side is 4. This is the fund balance year over year. Again, we'll get into more detail on the out years when we get to the budget adoption MYP, but you can kind of see the trend. We did have the one spike, as we've talked about in other meetings, which was due to a Medi-Cal audit that led to an influx in Medi-Cal reimbursements for that 1 year, which really threw off the balance in a positive way. Projected fund balance here, the fund balance declined by 250 from what we initially thought, but similar to the district side, you see a shift in an increase to the reserve for economic uncertainty and a maximization of our restricted funds to help set up for the next fiscal year. So moving forward, again, it's just a tool that we're ideally utilizing. It is a requirement, yes, but it's something we actively do on an annual basis. And then we'll have further discussion as we go to budget adoption. And at this time, I'm available for any questions the board has.
Okay, Peter, any questions on this one?
No, thank you.
Ken?
One question. On the other outgo, reduced contribution to ACUSD, what caused that? I missed it. I think you said it, but.
Yeah, annually, actually, over the last few years, we've actually had a contribution from the county to the district side. Ironically enough, it is a system that has to do with, again, special education expenses. But at that point, the thing was on the other side. It was a thing that probably didn't need to live there this year that did. So we are correcting that.
Thank you.
Shane?
I guess to repeat from earlier, there would be a benefit, or there would be a positive if we were able to recruit employees over the contract positions.
Yeah, and we'll see that especially more in the next presentation, but I would absolutely agree.
Thank you.
James?
No further questions.
I do not have any further questions either. And this was just a discussion item, so we will move on. Thank you, Mr. Norton. We'll move on to item 12.4, the public hearing for the 25-26 annual budget adoption. So I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. And I don't think we have any public comment, and so I will go ahead and close public hearing. And that moves us to the 12.5, the 25-26 budget adoption with Mr. Norton.
Thank you, Board. This is, again, a companion item to the district side. And so I'm having the same issue here. Aha. And so, again, fiscal stability planning, we've been through all this on the district side. The budget cycle, we've gone over that. It's the same here on the county side. May revision, we went over those pieces for what we're looking for. In terms of major budget assumptions, we do have a little bit of difference. We still have the health and welfare piece up there. Special education vacancies, again, you see the impact here. Obviously, the county has been advertising for those recruitment incentive to hopefully reduce the amount of contracted vacant positions. But there is still that contribution from the USD to the COE of 1.5. Revenue notes, the Medi-Cal funding normalization. And the reason I say that is historically, we generally generate about $100,000 a year from Medi-Cal reimbursements. This last year, because this audit was still finalizing, we actually incurred an additional $600,000 beyond the $100,000, and the year prior was over $1 million. So I do expect that to normalize in the year ahead, which would reduce it down to $100,000. Obviously, if it continues to be at a higher level, I just don't expect it to exceed too much beyond that. The CYBHI grant was something that we'd had in the fiscal stable. That was at earlier conversations with the budget as a potential new revenue source. It still could be. As of this point, we have still yet to actually receive any additional revenue. And also, the outlooks are much lighter than we'd initially hoped for what that could possibly bring in. But we have started billing, so we'll see what that looks like in the coming years ahead. So there is potential positive sides on that particular grant and what that can do. But we have nothing to show, no additional revenue at this time that we would want to put into the budget. Expenditure notes, with the CYBHI grant, it did launch last year, had a lot of startup costs, so we expect those to get back to normalization here, reducing by about $300,000. And the Cal Hope grant, which actually Jenny had just referenced, did expire last year, so we do see those expenditures coming off the books to a degree, some going to ELOP. Revenue components, on the revenue side, we see the LCFF at 3.2, federal at 1, other state at 4.7, and other local at 2.8. You could see kind of the pie is a little different on the county side, where the other state take a much larger percent. Just a reminder, it's the AB 602 special education state allocation that comes out. It does not come through the LCFF calculation. It has its own calculation and comes through the other state revenue. Here, as we compare to what was the third interim or the estimated actual we presented earlier here, you see that on the LCFF side, we increased by $14,000. This is due basically to the budgeted COLA increase. The LCFF revenue is much smaller on the county side, so the impact of the COLA is very minimal. The federal did decrease by $176. This is very similar to the district side, where we didn't anticipate any prior year carryover, so it does experience a decline there. Other state revenue is increasing just slightly. The AB 602 is expected to experience a COLA increase as well. So that's where you see an additional $72,000 come in. And then other local revenue is increasing by $347,000. This is the net effect of the increased USD support beyond the scope of what Medi-Cal dollars were that came in, or at least what I expected to come in. Operating expenditure components, we see the certificated salaries at 2.9, classified salaries at 2.4, almost 2.5, employee benefits at 2.5, books and supplies at 224,000, operating expenditures at 3.9, almost 4 million, capital outlay at nothing, and other outgo at 246. This is just, again, the share of the pie where you see the employee and benefits compared to the rest of the pie. It does get a little bit bigger here this fiscal year we're expecting. So you'll see that reflected there. The budget compared to third interim, you do see a decline in the certificated salaries. This actually has to do, ironically enough, with positions that were split from county and district. We have some positions that live on both sides of the house, where we are funding them now on the district side this year, where we used to fund them on the county. And we're doing that to kind of shift some of that expense. And some of it's because some of the grants have ran out. Cal Hope was one of them. We actually had a principal assigned there along with another aide, so our assistant. But classified salaries did increase slightly. This is actually estimating to fill some of the aide vacancies that we have out there. Employee benefits have a slight decline just because of the net effect of the two. Books and supplies, a decline of $142,000. These are due to some one-time grants that do go away, but we should see those expenditures then go away with them. Operating expenditures are declining by about $1 million. Again, this comes actually down to some one-time funds that are just going away. So that's the bulk of it, but we do have some services that we're expecting to decline as well this year. We're hopeful some of those contracted services to decline by a hair, just through more strategic approach to them. Capital outlay does increase by the $87,000. We are now looking to buy another van this year on the county side, and other outgo is to increase by $49,000. This has to do with minor adjustments to indirect. Indirect is if there is a grant, there is a portion of the grant that can be used to support the general fund. That percentage did go down on the county side, so that has an impact here, and the grant transfers also did go up a hair, so we have that going on. The reserve requirement, at this time, we are set to meet the minimum reserve with the current budget as it sits here at 4.1%. The minimum requirement is 4 on the county side, just for context. And the fundamental changes, as we discussed on the district side, are very similar. We have the health insurance piece, as well as filling those vacancies as a major contributor here on the county side. The fund balance year over year, you really see the impacts here on the out years. They are not as rosy as is what we'd seen before. So this is where you really see the impact year over year. Projected fund balance, we do see a decline of about $427,000 from the estimated actuals to this year based on how we're looking to spend things out. We are looking to leverage the restricted funds as much as we can, which doesn't leave much at the end of it. But right now, it's what we've got budgeted for this fiscal year to keep us at the reserve requirement. And the multi-year projection you see here, you'll see that it's based on the LCAP calculator used for the main revenue increases, and you can kind of see the revenue does decline actually in the next year. This has to do with one-time funds, more so anything else coming off the books. But then we see an increase in the 27-28 year, again, due to COLA increases. We did have expenditures declining in the next year, but then kind of staying around the same in the year after. This has to do more so with step and column increases in the out years that equate to the $98K in 26-27 and $99K in 27-28. We don't have any adjustments for health insurance, and there's no change in the vacancies that we have expected at this time. One-time funds continue to expire or be spent, out shifting expenses to unrestricted funds, which is what we see in a little bit of this. And at this time, we're assuming no reduction in force either. So there's no big major impacts to the expenditure piece beyond that. And then we do note that in 27-28, there will be an increase in the contribution from the USD to the COE to help stabilize the unrestricted fund and help support those contractors. So moving forward, addressing the key fiscal questions. So it's again, looking at those contracted, filling those vacant positions. So again, that recruitment incentive did launch. So hopefully we'll get some traction there. We have the health insurance strategy. We're still evaluating and trying to figure that out. The one-time fund utilization, we're maximizing that as much as we can. But obviously, as those continue to end, we have to find new places for them. And then external factors, we've discussed already at the district meeting, so the state and Fed funding insecurity. And then we'll have the fiscal stabilization plan at the next week agenda. So in a nutshell, that is the county office's budget adoption, and I'm available for any questions that the board has.
Okay, Peter?
One question I'm trying to understand, I guess, is we've had a lot of talk today about vans, about capital outlay. transportation pieces. Do we see a great need on the county side with some of our, unique special ed transportation requirements to replace more? How's our special ed county fleet doing? I guess what I'm trying to ask. How are we handling that particular puzzle when we have people, and forgive my oversimplification, but we have, it seems like a lot of movement from all over to get to different locations because of their needs.
Yeah, I know we did add the chairlift van this year, which was a nice addition to the fleet. I can't speak more to our other transportation needs with regards to special education specifically, but I know we do have a decent amount of vans at least to incur for those transportation pieces. I'll let Sadie speak to this.
Yeah, I would just offer, I don't think we're thinking of adding any, like with the van that Robert just mentioned, we're not adding any new vehicles with specific student needs in mind. I think it really comes back to that piece of having enough drivers in order to manage the routes to the various places as you indicated. And then, making sure that we're offering transportation generally to those families and students who qualify. But specialized equipment per se, or, new vehicles in that way, it is not in the plan. I hope that answers your question.
It's at least beginning of an answer. I'm trying to wrap my head around, because it seems like there's not just and of course deferred maintenance is a big part of our buildings and stuff too. But as discussed earlier, whether it's an issue of quantity or what the various state of the vehicles are in, regardless of whether they have special equipment or not, just working vehicles.
So a lot of our transportation, though, for special ed is done by our small buses as well. So we have our bus drivers that drive the small buses. They all have chairlifts for any students with physical disabilities that would need that. So that does take care of a large portion of our special ed transportation.
Really quickly, we do need to extend the time again. So hopefully 5 minutes. Is that good? Okay, so we need a motion to extend the time.
Make a motion, we extend another 5 minutes.
And a second?
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
And I'm a yes. Okay. Any further questions, Peter?
No.
Okay. Ken?
No.
Shane? No. James?
No.
I'm also a no. Our next item is just information only, and then we're moving on to board reports. Mr. Critchfield, any further report?
Yeah, just very brief. I just want to acknowledge our extended school year started today, operated by our teachers, and so this and classified staff, there are many staff that are going to work another 15 school days this summer. So I just want to acknowledge that and thank them for putting forth that effort, as it is called for in many students' IEPs, that they will have more schooling over the summer. And then I also want to acknowledge our ELOP program has expanded this summer. We have 120 students enrolled in Jackson and 98 students enrolled in Plymouth. So that's nearly 220 students. In other words, our schools don't shut down for summer. We still have lots of people working, lots of kids on campus, and I just want to acknowledge that. And of course, wish all our county employees a wonderful summer.
Okay, and then further board reports. Peter?
I'm just grateful again for the opportunities to celebrate, and I think that can apply on the county side as well. And so just reiterate, I hope we can find creative solutions to try to, celebrate everyone in whatever capacity we can. I also wanted to express gratitude. I mean, the invitation came very late, and she apologizes for that, but the multi-school water event thing hosted by the adult school transition program that Ken attended, I thought was pretty well done, and they had some fun collaborating together with that group of people. So appreciated the approval for that event.
Okay, thank you. Ken?
No comments.
Okay. Shane?
Have a good summer. Put on your sunscreen.
James?
No comments.
Just what Jared said really quickly, the extended school year did start. My son's going to that program and seeing the teachers get their stuff together so fast, like transitioning has been, I was like, wow, that was pretty impressive, honestly, for especially preschool. Like that's good on you. That's a rough thing to do, I think, or I would not want to do that. So appreciate all of you. Enjoy the rest of your summer, even if you're working. Everyone, this has been a very long meeting, so thank you to the final 5 that have really stuck with us till the end. And that being said, our next meeting is next week on the 18th following our district meeting, and we are adjourned.